tonight, our story begins far from the noise of the living world, deep in the hidden roots of the earth, where ancient groves whisper, golden fields glow, and silent halls stretch far into the realm of the dead. It's a tale of a girl and a god, of a mother's love and a brother's betrayal, a pinching, seasons, and the strange kind of love that grows in the most unlikely places. It's a myth the wind repeats every autumn and the flowers remember every spring. This is the story of Hades and Persephone. Before the pomegranate, before the dark kingdom, before the ground yawned open and swallowed a girl whole, there was peace. A gentle, lazy kind of peace, the kind you find in a meadow where the grass grows tall and no one has ever thought to cut it. That's where our story starts. Not with Hades, not with the underworld, but with a girl. Her name wasn't Persephone yet. People called her Cori, which simply meant the maiden. She was all sunlight and wildflowers, her laughter running as free as her steps. Her world was green and warm and safe. The surface world. No shadows deep enough to frighten her. No danger her mother couldn't chase away. Her mother was Demeter, goddess of grain, of harvest, and of that particular brand of protective love only mothers seem to master. And like all overprotective mothers, Demeter had a rule, a very simple one. Never talk to boys who live underground. It sounds oddly specific, but as you'll soon learn, it wasn't enough to keep her daughter safe. Demeter was no minor goddess. She was the daughter of the Titans, Kronos and Rhea, sister to Zeus himself. She had seen the old world fall and the new world rise. While her siblings chased thunderbolts in battle glory, Demeter cared for the quiet miracles, wheat ripening in the sun, fruit swelling slowly on the vine, seeds splitting open underground. To the Greeks, she was in tea and the feast. That was Dionysus's department. She was in the work that made the feast possible. The long planting season, the aching back, the simple breaking of bread. And Cori, her daughter, was the very spirit of spring itself, the burst of color after the long gray of winter, innocence untouched by sorrow. If Demeter was the field, Cori was the flower. But Cori was just a title. She was still becoming herself, still unshaped by the trials that would make her more than the maiden. One day, in Sicily, or maybe Attica, depending on which poet you ask, Cori was in a field picking flowers with her companions, the nymphs. And the flowers weren't just pretty, they were too pretty. Violets, crocuses, narcissus, all blooming in impossible, almost unnatural beauty. Ancient Greeks knew what that meant, divine meddling. And indeed, far below the ground, a god was watching. That god was Hades. Now, don't picture a cackling villain in red with horns. The Greeks didn't see him that way. He wasn't evil. He was the god of the dead, yes, but also the god of balance, of order, of making sure the rules were followed. He didn't laugh much, didn't party, didn't charm crowds, but his kingdom ran smoothly, and in the unpredictable chaos of the Olympian family. That was something. Still, he was lonely. No queen, no companion. Only the endless shades of the dead for company. And in his loneliness, he went to the worst possible person for romantic advice. His brother, Zeus, who, to put it politely, had never been famous for wise or respectful relationships. And Zeus, being Zeus, suggested Cori, his own niece, in the Olympian family tree. That was hardly unusual. Hades agreed. Zeus gave his blessing, and crucially, forgot to mention it to Demeter. And so, Hades waited. The earth itself waited with him. Then it happened. Cori bent down to pick a narcissus, so dazzling it seemed almost lit from within. At that moment, the ground beneath her feet split open, not with a loud roar, but silently, like a trapdoor pulled by invisible hands. Up from the darkness came Hades in his chariot of black horses. He reached out, pulled her in, and in an instant, The earth closed over them both. Petals fell where she had stood. Hainedo was quiet again. To the ancient Greeks, this wasn't just a kidnapping. It was a symbol. All blooms must also fade. What is planted must one day be taken by the earth. Spring cannot exist without the journey into winter. But try telling that to a grieving mother. Demeter searched the earth, literally. Day and night, she roamed with burning torches, questioning gods, rivers, winds, and mortals. Finally, the sun god Helios told her the truth. Hades had taken Kori, and Zeus had allowed it. Demeter's grief turned quickly to fury. She withdrew her gifts from the earth. Fields withered, orchards failed, and no grain sprouted. Without her touch, nothing grew, and the world began to starve. Sacrifices at temples stopped. The altars grew cold. Mortals prayed less and panicked more. And for once, the gods noticed that their worshippers were in danger of disappearing entirely. Zeus, suddenly remembering this was partly his fault, decided to fix things. He sent Hermes, the quick and clever messenger, to the underworld with a polite request. Return the girl. But by then, Kori had begun to change. Hades had given her a throne, a crown, a role. She had walked among the dead, listened to their silent stories. Scresa said longed for the sunlight, for her mother's embrace. But something in her had deepened. The question was, had she eaten anything while she was there? Because in the ancient Greek world, eating the food of the dead meant you belonged to that world forever. They drifted like leaves on still water. They mourned like autumn winds in empty fields. And now, yes, we can finally call her by her true name, Persephone, for she was no longer just Kori, the carefree maiden. She had eaten 6 seeds from a pomegranate offered by Hades. Not a feast, not a deception, just 6 shining seeds. But in the laws of the underworld, that was enough. Enough to bind her forever to his realm. When Hermes carried this news back to Olympus, Zeus stepped in as only Zeus could, not out of fatherly affection, but because the crisis was now threatening his reputation. Mortals were starving, the earth was barren, and the gods were receiving fewer and fewer offerings. Something had to give. And so, a deal was struck. Persephone would spend part of each year with Hades in the underworld, and part with her mother upon the earth. No parchment, no lawyers, just the word of the gods. Demeter agreed with deep reluctance. Hades agreed with quiet certainty, and Persephone had no real choice. She had also gained something unexpected, a place in 2 worlds, a throne above and a throne below, its role in both life and death. From then on, when Persephone rose from the shadows each year, the earth would burst into bloom. A timidest joy would awaken the trees, stir the grasses, and fill the fields with grain. And when Persephone returned to Hades, the leaves would fall, the air would grow still, and the earth would sleep. This was not just a love story, nor simply a tale of loss. It was the Greeks' way of explaining the rhythm of the seasons, the balance between growth and rest, between sunlight and shadow. But that is what will come later. For now, the moment is still frozen. The earth is splitting open. Black horses are galloping, and the maiden Kori is falling into a kingdom she has never seen, into a story that will echo for thousands of years. Sleep now. Let the wind pass gently over long grasses. Let the wild flowers bloom untouched. Let the girl gather them without knowing what comes next. And let the world hold its breath a moment longer. Hades does not enter our story with fire and thunder. There are no storms at his back, no burning sky above him. His presence is more like the cool air that slips under a closed door. Always there, unnoticed until you feel it. He is patient, watchful, steady. And, as the Greeks believed, he keeps the world precisely as it ought to be. To understand him, we must go back to when the Titan, Kronos, swallowed his own children whole to to keep them from overthrowing him. Among those swallowed was Hades, third son of Kronos and Rhea, along with his siblings Hestia, Hera, Demeter, and Poseidon. Only the youngest, Zeus, escaped. Later, Zeus forced Kronos to release them, and the siblings joined forces in the great war against the Titans, the Titanomachy. When the war was won, the brothers divided the cosmos by a lot. Zeus drew the sky, Poseidon claimed the sea, and Hades received the underworld. It was not punishment, but necessity, a realm as ancient as the stars and as deep as the roots of the earth. Hades accepted it without protest, while Zeus threw lightning and Poseidon stirred storms. Hades descended into the quiet kingdom of the dead. Death, unlike Olympus, did not wait for drama. It did not gossip or scheme. It simply arrived, and Hades received it. The Greeks never called his realm hell. That was a later invention. To them, it was simply the place all souls went after death, a shadowed expanse beneath the earth, bordered by 5 rivers, Styx, black as night, where oaths were sworn and unbreakable. Lethe, the river of forgetfulness for those who wished to erase their mortal lives. Acheron, the river of pain. Phlegethon, a blazing river of fire that no one dared to cross. Citus, the river of wailing, carrying the sound of endless grief. On the banks of these rivers waited Charon, the ferryman. Silent, bearded, and gruff, he carried the dead across for a single coin, an obol placed in the mouth or on the eyes of the deceased at burial. No coin meant no passage, and the soul would wander the shore forever. Beyond the river stood the gates, guarded by Cerberus, the 3-headed hound of Hades, fierce, loyal, and utterly devoted to ensuring no one ever left. His 3 heads were said to see the past, present, and future. Few ever tried to pet him. Even fewer succeeded. It wasn't a violent, world-ending crack. No thunder, no screaming fishes. The Greeks loved their symbolism. This was quiet, deliberate. The ground split open like a careful door. From it rose a chariot as black as volcanic glass, drawn by 4 cold dark horses, their breath steaming white in the cool air. At the reins sat Hades, king of the underworld. He wasn't monstrous, no horns, no flames in his eyes. He was calm, composed, like a law carved into stone, and he reached for her. Some say he seized her by force. Others whisper she didn't fight very hard, that she hesitated, that her hand trembled but did not pull away. Whatever the truth, she was gone in moments, carried into the chariot, the earth closing behind them with a sigh. Only a few flower petals fluttered down to the grass. The meadow was silent again. The narcissus remained. What happened next depends on who tells the story. To some, it was an abduction. To others, it was an initiation, a rite of passage. In ancient Greek tradition, weddings often mimicked abductions. The bride would be taken from her family's home in a symbolic act, echoing this very myth. In that sense, Kor's descent was not just a kidnapping, but a transformation. Back on the surface, Demeter knew something was wrong. Mothers always do. She called for her daughter. No answer. She questioned the nymphs, who avoided her eyes and twisted their hands in guilt. She searched fields, mountains, and shorelines. With torches in both hands, she roamed night and day, disguised as an old woman. Goddess of grain became a grieving wanderer, knocking on strangers' doors, questioning even the wind. Days became weeks, weeks became months. The world began to change. Without Demeter tending the earth, crops failed. Soil turned to stone. Fruit rotted on the vine. Winter came, not the season, but a curse. Temples emptied. Sacrifices stopped. Humans, starving, had no strength to sing to the gods. The Olympians began to worry. Without mortals, their temples, their worship, and their power would fade. Zeus, who had quietly approved Hades' taking of Corey in the first place, now saw the trouble. It had been a convenient arrangement between brothers, sparing him the politics of a formal marriage. But now the world was dying. So he sent Hermes, the quick-witted messenger, to bring her back. Hermes flew down to the underworld, past Turbis's barking, through the halls lined with shadow and silence. And there he found Corey. But she was no longer Corey. The underworld had changed her. It hadn't corrupted her. It had revealed her. Down there, masks fall away. Pretenses rot out. What remains is the core of who you are. And what remained in her was strength. Hades had given her a throne, a crown of jet and garnet, a name, Persephone. He treated her not as a prisoner, but a queen. And she had brought spring into his shadows, softening even the edges of death. When Hermes delivered Zeus's message, return, or the world above will perish, she listened. She agreed to go. But as she rose to leave, Hades asked one quiet question. Had she eaten anything during her stay? She hesitated, then said, yes.
A handful of pomegranate seeds, 6 to be exact. In the world of ancient Greece, this wasn't just a snack, it was a binding contract. Eating food from the land of the dead tied you to it forever, in ritual, in symbol, in fate. Why did Persephone eat them? No one knows for sure. Some say Hades tricked her, slipping the seeds into her mouth so she'd never fully leave his world. Others think it was an accident, that she didn't know the rule. And then there are the quietest voices, the ones who believe she did it on purpose so that she could return to the underworld when she chose. Whatever the truth, a deal was made. Persephone would spend part of the year above with her mother, Demeter, and part of the year below with her husband, Hades. 6 months of sunlight and growth, 6 months of darkness and rest. And so the seasons were born. But let's go back to the girl in the meadow. When Corey, the maiden, reached for that beautiful flower, she wasn't just beginning a story. She was stepping into a ritual. The Greeks didn't see this tale as mere entertainment. It was instruction, a sacred truth. In the secret Eleusinian mysteries, rituals were performed that told the story of Demeter and Persephone. The initiates swore never to reveal what happened, and they kept their word. But the purpose was clear, to teach that death is not an ending, but a journey. Persephone was the guide, the maiden, who went down into the dark and came back again, changed, yes, but not destroyed. She showed that descent is not always defeat, that the shadows can be endured, and that transformation, though painful, can be divine. Even now her name lingers. Persephone, she who brings destruction, or perhaps she who brings light through shadow. She is spring and shadow, flower and queen, death and renewal. In the myth's quiet moments, its sharpest truths appear. Persephone on her throne, fingers stained red from pomegranate seeds. Demeter pressing seeds into the furrows of a frozen field. Hermes walking between worlds, whistling as he goes. Hades alone on his black throne, holding both love and silence. This was never just a tale of abduction. It was a map, a guide for surviving life's own underworlds. We all go down eventually into grief, uncertainty, and change. The question is, will we rise again? Persephone did. Every spring, the earth remembers. Buds open, wheat rises. The narcissus blooms early, as if it knows. And for a while, Demeter smiles, because this story is not a tragedy, it's a cycle, a rhythm, a comfort. The Greeks understood something we often forget. Even gods pass through shadow. That descent does not mean abandonment. That rebirth demands loss. That sometimes the line between girl and queen is drawn in seeds and silence. Sleep now, let the fields rest, let the earth breathe, let the horses of the underworld run in their hidden plains. Let the goddess lift her face to the sun. She will return to the dark again, but not today. Today she walks the world, and behind her everything blooms. When Persephone vanished, the world didn't go dark overnight. The colors simply began to fade, the grass less green, the flowers drooping, the harvests quietly failing one after another. The earth's rhythm shifted, and though mortals didn't notice at first, Demeter did. A mother always knows. Corey was gone. Her laughter no longer drifted over the fields, and no trace of her footsteps stirred the meadows. Something was terribly wrong. The gods were silent. So Demeter took matters into her own hands. She left Olympus, not in blazing glory, but disguised, veiled in grief, bare feet touching the same soil as mortals. But the land no longer responded to her. The wheat didn't bow in greeting. The wind kept its distance. For 9 days she wandered, carrying a torch in each hand, searching through night and day, as if time had lost all meaning. She called 2 rivers, 2 trees, to the wind itself. Where is my daughter? But the world stayed silent. Eventually, she met Hecate, goddess of crossroads, and together they went to Helios, the sun. Helios had seen everything. Reluctantly, he told her. It was Hades who had taken Persephone, with Zeus's quiet permission. Demeter's anger wasn't fire, and thunder, it was withdrawal. She turned inward, and the earth followed. She stopped its growth. Disguised as an old woman named Doso, she came to a small town called Eleusis. The king's daughters found her by a well and brought her home. She cared for their baby brother, Demophan, and loved him deeply. She decided to make him immortal, not out of pride, but grief. Each night she anointed him with ambrosia and placed him in the fire, believing it would burn away his mortality. But one night the queen saw and screamed in terror. Startled, Demeter revealed her true form, her veil falling away, her presence filling the room with golden, terrible light. She ordered the people to build her a temple, and when they did, she shut herself inside and refused to let the world grow. No wheat, no barley, no fruit. The vines shriveled. The rivers sank into silence. Animals scattered. The altars went cold. The temples of Olympus, once filled with music and the sweet smell of incense, had fallen silent. The humans had nothing left to give their gods, no offerings, no prayers, because the earth itself had stopped producing food. Finally, the gods noticed. Zeus, worried, sent his messengers to fix the problem. First came Iris, swift-footed and glowing, bringing kind words and promises. But Demeter refused to listen. Then Hermes, the silver-tongued trickster, tried to persuade her. Still, she would not let the earth grow again until her daughter was returned. The gods began to understand. This wasn't just a mother's tantrum. This was the heartbeat of the world being held in a clenched fist. Without Persephone, the land would stay barren, mortals would die, and the gods themselves would be left without worshippers. Zeus gave in. He sent Hermes to the underworld to bring Persephone back. But Persephone was no longer the same girl who had been taken. In the shadowy halls of Hades, something inside her had changed. She moved with a calm, deliberate grace. She sat beside her dark husband in silence, sometimes speaking, sometimes simply existing in the quiet. And she had eaten 6 pomegranate seeds, not out of hunger, not out of defiance, but for a reason she could not fully name. Maybe curiosity, maybe acceptance. The seeds were small and red, glittering like garnets. They tasted bittersweet, almost like fate itself. In the underworld, food is never just food. To eat there is to belong. When Hermes arrived, Persephone greeted him with a thoughtful smile. She knew why he had come. Hades stood beside her, saying little. He didn't beg her to stay, but he stated a fact. She had eaten his food. She was no longer just a visitor. Part of her now belonged to his realm. The solution was a compromise. For 6 months each year, Persephone would return to the world above, to her mother's embrace. For the other 6, she would rule beside Hades in the darkness below. When Persephone came back to the surface, Demeter ran to her. Flowers bloomed instantly. Trees filled with leaves. Rivers rushed forward. Birds sang wildly. Crops burst from the soil. The whole world rejoiced. Once inside, the dead-faced 3 judges, Minos, once king of Crete, Rhadamanthus, famed for fairness, and Iolcus, keeper of the keys. After judgment, souls were sent to one of 3 places: the fields of Asphodel, a quiet, endless plain for ordinary lives; the Elysian fields, a bright paradise for heroes; and the blessed, or Tartarus, a pit of punishment reserved for the truly wicked, or those who had greatly angered Zeus. Most mortals, however, simply drifted through Asphodel, thinking of the days when figs were ripe and warm, sun touched their skin. Hades did not decide who went where. He did not punish nor reward. His role was to keep the realm in order, to see that all who entered remained, that nothing disrupted the laws of life and death. He rarely left his throne, never meddled in mortal wars, and never disguised himself to chase nymphs. He governed quietly, with a steadiness the Greeks respected, even if they did not love him. His symbols were the bident, a 2-pronged spear; the helm of invisibility, forged by the Cyclopes; and later, the pomegranate. He was called Adoneus, the unseen one, and Plauton, the wealthy one, not for gold, but for the countless souls in his care. The underworld, before Persephone's arrival, was complete, but still, it had order, but no warmth. Some said it was barren, others said it shimmered with silver light. It was a place where time drifted like fog, and memory became sharper than flesh. And at its center, Hades ruled, not with cruelty, not with love, but with a deep, unshakable respect for the natural order of all things. When Persephone came, he did not boast or gloat. He gave her a throne beside his, a crown, and a share in his rule. He gave her power, ceremony, and a voice in his realm. It was not romance, as later poets would paint it. It was reverence. Hades wasn't a reckless god. He respected what was sacred, and in Persephone, he saw something deeply sacred revealed. It was not your usual love story. Even the other gods were stunned. Imagine it, the bright sun joined with the deep shadows, spring itself bound to stillness. It wasn't love the way mortals think of it, passionate and fleeting. It was something more powerful, something unshakable. From that moment, Hades no longer ruled alone. Persephone became his queen, not just of the underworld, but of balance itself, a bridge between his dark realm and the bright world above. His kingdom changed with her presence, softer in some ways, sharper in others. When she left, he waited. When she returned, he welcomed her without question. He understood cycles, the way seasons turn, the way endings give way to beginnings. Now picture the underworld in its quiet state. The river Styx flowing gently, the pale mists of Asphodel curling like dreams, Cerberus at the gates, one head snoring, one half watching, the third dreaming about bones. Hades himself sits still, his black iron staff at rest. All things pass. And how did it all begin? As many great stories do, with a flower. Not just any flower, though. This was a narcissus. Not the kind admired by vain young men leaning over lakes, but one that seemed wrong somehow. Too bright for the season, too perfect. Its fragrance felt like it had been crafted by meddling hands. It stood alone in the middle of an ordinary meadow, almost like fate had placed it there on purpose. It should have been a warning, but Cori, daughter of Demeter, didn't yet know what it meant to be cautious. She wasn't Persephone yet, queen of the Underworld. She was still Cori, the maiden, the gatherer of blossoms, the girl of eternal spring. That morning she rose early, as she always did, when the dew was heavy on the grass and the air was full of birdsong. Her companions, the oceanids, nymphs of the sea and streams, darted around her like a cloud of playful butterflies. They carried woven baskets, their laughter ringing like wind chimes in a temple courtyard. They bent to gather crocuses, hyacinths, irises, the usual flowers. And then Cori saw the narcissus. It seemed to stand apart from the rest, as if it were waiting just for her. She stepped toward it, her basket hooked over her arm, her skirts brushing the damp grass, and then the earth opened. But when Demeter learned about the seeds, her joy dimmed. She would have to lose her daughter again, year after year. Spring and summer would be hers. Autumn and winter would take her away. And so the seasons began, the earth's endless cycle of life, death, and return. The ancients said it wasn't just a farming story. It was about the truth of loss. Grief comes back. Absence returns. But so does reunion. Loss becomes ritual, like the turning of the year. At Eleusis, where Demeter had mourned, a new tradition was born. The Eleusinian Mysteries. This secret festival honored Persephone's descent and return. Those who took part were promised deep insight into life and death. They walked from Athens to Eleusis at night, carrying torches, drinking sacred brews, whispering secrets never written down. The rites stayed hidden for centuries. Even Roman emperors and early Christians couldn't uncover them. But we do know this: people came away from the mysteries no longer afraid of death. To know Demeter's grief and Persephone's return was to understand something eternal, that nothing is gone forever. Demeter was not just the goddess of crops. She was the goddess of waiting, of mourning, of empty chairs and quiet rooms. She didn't demand fake smiles. She didn't promise that all would be well. She simply waited, and in her waiting, the earth found meaning. Persephone, too, had changed. She was no longer the innocent maiden. She had walked through darkness and returned. She was the bridge between two worlds, life and death, loss and reunion, stillness and movement. The myth survives because we all understand its truth. Love cannot protect us from loss. There's a time to bloom and a time to go underground. We all, in some way, eat the pomegranate seeds. And so the world withers and revives. The seasons turn. Winter's silence becomes spring's whisper. Even in the snow, seeds stir. If you dream tonight of torchlight, flowers, grain, and stone, know that you walked a path traced by countless others for thousands of years. A journey that always, always leads home again. Persephone stood in the dim light, her brow furrowed, head slightly tilted, nodding as if accepting something she only half understood. She felt uneasy. The dead weren't alive, but somehow they felt more present here than she had ever felt among the living above. Slowly, she realized this place wasn't a prison. It was an afterlife made of shapes and memories. There were no flowers here, only echoes. No laughter, only recollections. No storms, just inevitability. Hades took her to see the rivers of the underworld. There weren't many, but each carried a meaning as vast as eternity itself. There was the river Styx, where unbreakable oaths were made. Its black waters shimmered under torchlight, and Hades told her, no vow made here can be broken, not even by the gods. There was Lethe, the river of forgetfulness. Some souls drifted through it willingly, letting go of their mortal lives. But most clung to their memories as though they were the last proof they had ever existed. There was Acheron, the river of pain and grief. Now it was quiet, but its sorrow could still be felt deep in the bones. There was Phlegethon, a river of fire. Its flames weren't for swimmers, but for those whose sins ran so deep that even memory could no longer reach them. And there was Cocytus, the river of lamentation, where souls wept silently, their tears falling into waters that reflected their regrets back at them. Persephone touched each river's water with a fingertip. They weren't threats. They were records, permanent truths carved into the fabric of the underworld. At the entrance to the deeper chambers, she found Cerberus, the three-headed hound. He wasn't growling, just resting, one head half awake, one blinking slowly, the third asleep. He didn't attack. He simply sighed, a deep rumble that rolled through the stone hall. She placed a hand gently on one head's fur. He sniffed at her, then closed his eyes again. She realized then. Cerberus wasn't guarding prisoners. He was guarding order. Barriers in the underworld weren't meant to trap her. They were there to keep chaos out. Hades invited her to a meal one evening. It wasn't a grand feast, but a ritual of quiet rulership. A marble table, simple silverware, dark, potent wine, dense bread, olives, figs in honey, and barley steeped in herbs. At first, they ate in silence. Then Hades spoke. "This is your first banquet as my queen. The dead eat no more, but the living must." She offered him a pomegranate seed, half for the world above, half for below. He didn't eat it, but held it in his hand like a promise. The food wasn't sweet or bitter, it was something in between, something grounding. Over time, Persephone created her own rituals. Every day she walked the corridors, stopping at altars to Hecate, the Furies, and at the gates of Tartarus. She poured wine, water, and honey. She scattered black, poppy petal symbols of sleep and endings. Shades began to approach her, a grieving mother, a forgotten scholar, a soldier ashamed of his death. They called her Queen Persephone in voices like wind through empty halls. She listened, she comforted, not with pity, but with presence. Hades watched. Sometimes he reminded her, justice, not pity. Together they brought balance, his order, her mercy. The seasons turned. She spent half the year above with her mother, bringing spring and summer to the world. The other half she ruled below, keeping autumn and winter in their quiet, necessary stillness. The underworld didn't make her happy in the way the sunlit world did, but it gave her purpose, understanding, strength. Her robes grew heavy with silver trim. Her crown of flowers became one of obsidian. Her laughter softened, but it still existed. She was no longer a maiden stolen away, nor a captive. She had become a bridge between worlds, a living promise that life and death are not enemies, but partners. And so, dear listener, As you drift toward sleep, picture her, footsteps echoing in marble halls, a torch glowing softly in the dark, a queen who rules not with noise, but with deep, enduring calm. Because only by passing through the underworld do we truly understand the value of the days above. And remember, it wasn't a war, or a battle, or a prophecy that bound her to this fate. It was something small, just 6 seeds of a pomegranate, tiny, glistening, bittersweet, yet they changed the fate of gods and mortals forever. Eating has never just been about filling your stomach. In ancient times, it was a statement, a choice. In many cultures, to eat in someone's home meant you accepted their rules. Sharing bread could seal trust like a handshake. Taking a bite could be the same as signing a contract. In the world of the living, this was a sacred rule of hospitality. Zeus himself, king of the gods, was its protector. If you fed a guest, they were under your care, part of your household for that moment. But in the underworld, that rule became even more serious. There was no such thing as casual eating among the dead. If you ate there, you were bound there. That's the rule Persephone, knowingly or not, walked straight into, and the fruit she ate wasn't random. The pomegranate was loaded with meaning for the Greeks. It was both a symbol of life and death. Its red seeds looked like drops of blood, but promised new life. It grew late in the year, announcing the coming of autumn. It was a fruit of thresholds, and myth never used it lightly. Some say Hades tricked her, offering the seeds right before she was to leave. Others say she ate them on purpose, choosing for herself. The ancient hymn to Demeter says it happened in secret. Later stories give her more agency, suggesting she decided to take them, maybe to gain independence from her mother. Maybe because she'd grown used to the stillness of the underworld and no longer feared it. Whatever the reason, the effect was the same. She had eaten food from the land of the dead, and once you did that, you belonged there. When Demeter, her mother, learned what happened, her joy at Persephone's return dimmed. She hugged her daughter, held her tight, but knew the truth. Persephone couldn't stay. Not because of chains, not because of force, but because of the seed, the ritual, the law. Demeter raged, then cried, then bargained. The gods forged a compromise. Persephone would spend half the year in the underworld, and half with her mother. And so the seasons began. When Persephone returned in spring, Demeter made the earth bloom. Crops grew, birds sang, and life burst forth. But when Persephone descended again, the earth mourned. Leaves fell, the air grew cold, and winter came, the season of waiting. To the ancients, this wasn't just about farming. It was about the human condition. They believed everyone, at some point, eats something of the underworld: sorrow, loss, longing, and that forever after, we are creatures of both light and shadow. For Persephone, the pomegranate seeds were a turning point. She was no longer just a maiden, no longer only a daughter. She was someone who had seen both life and death and returned. That gave her a strange kind of power. The Greeks knew that food itself carried meaning. Certain foods were only for rituals, others avoided in mourning, others eaten to mark life changes. The Eleusinian mysteries, sacred rites honoring Demeter and Persephone, revolved around fasting and then drinking a simple barley drink. In symbolic form, participants reenacted Persephone's descent and return. Even in Roman times, the connection between food and the afterlife endured. People left offerings in graves, held meals by tombs, and believed the dead hungered for memory, not meat. In the myth, the pomegranate is all of these things: a sacrament, a seal, a transformation, and Persephone were never told exactly how she felt. The myths leave that silent, but we can imagine a young woman surrounded by gods and rules, making one small, irreversible choice, one taste, and everything changed. She chose not to remain untouched, but to be shaped. She became a queen not only of the bright world above, but of the shadowed one below. She carried spring in one hand and autumn in the other. Even today, pomegranates are placed on altars to honor the dead, their seeds scattered in remembrance. That image, Persephone in the underworld, red juice staining her fingers, is not defeat, it's transformation. Hades, in that moment, is not a gloating captor. He is a ruler, reminding her of the law. Even Zeus could not undo what was done. The food of the dead binds more strongly than any chain. In later tellings, her months below are not punishment but duty. She rules beside Hades with wisdom and returns above to bring renewal. The seeds are not shackles but a crown. Her reign is not marked by battles or boasts, but by patience, cycles, and quiet power. She is a hinge between worlds, a queen in sunlight and a queen in shadow, carrying the memory of both. And so the world turns, 6 seeds, 6 months, 6 steps in a dance of becoming. Persephone was still familiar with sorrow, but she no longer bowed under its weight. Her world wasn't just about death, it was about memory, judgment, and quiet endurance. Her court didn't have fanfares or marble stairs scattered with rose petals. Her throne was carved from black obsidian, polished until it shone like still water. The torchlight made patterns on its surface, reflections that came and went like half-forgotten thoughts. Hades sat beside her, not often speaking unless it was necessary. This realm was his, yes, but it was also hers. In some ways, more hers than his. She hadn't claimed it in a day. She learned its ways slowly. First, she watched how the spirits moved or stood still, how the rivers whispered, how the stones seemed to remember. She listened to the judges weighing souls, wondering what made one life noble and another shameful. She heard the crying near the river Lethe and the deep silence near the gates of Tartarus. There were patterns here, rules older than the gods of Olympus, and she realized the underworld wasn't simply about punishment. It was about truth that could not be erased. The dead began to come to her, not for vengeance, but with questions. A soldier wondering if his battles had mattered. A mother searching for her child, lost to plague. A poet afraid his words had died with him. Sometimes she didn't answer. Sometimes she simply sat with them. Sometimes she offered her hand-quiet comfort in the stillness. They called her queen not out of fear, but recognition. She was not one of them, but she had eaten the same fruit. She understood. Her presence changed the underworld, not its shape, but its feeling. Where there had only been resignation, there was now ritual. The dead lit oil lamps for her, scratched her name on urns, and placed poppy seeds at cave mouths to catch her attention. She never asked for worship, but they gave it anyway. Yet her reign was never constant. Each year, the time would come for her to rise again. That first breath above ground was always too bright, too noisy, too alive. But then she would hear her mother's voice. Demeter would greet her with tears and gifts of barley. Fields that had slept through the winter stirred awake. Green shoots pushed up, shy at first, then eager. Birds sang again, not out of habit, but in welcome. Above ground, Persephone was renewal itself. Her steps brought wildflowers, small, delicate, leaning toward her. She wandered olive groves, orchards, grain fields, not because she had to, but because it was part of the rhythm. She brought the memory of stillness, which made life itself feel richer. People told stories of seeing her in the spring dark hair, a crown of herbs and petals, bare feet in the grass. She rarely spoke, but when she did, her words carried weight. She asked about the harvests. She blessed marriages and births. She smiled at bees.
But she never stayed. 6 months later, the call would come not loud, but like autumn's first cool breeze, smelling of endings. Balance demanded her return. Her descent became a ritual. She'd walk to the mouth of a cave, pause as the air grew cool, then step inside. Its darkness closed behind her, not like a trap, but like a door waiting to be shut. Hades didn't greet her with grandeur. Sometimes he met her at the gate, sometimes in the hall. He never asked questions, just held out his hand. She always took it out tenderly, but with intention. He ruled the bones. She ruled the memory. In their court, justice was quiet, not mercy, but fairness. She saw souls as they truly were. She remembered, okay? She kept a garden, even in the underworld flowers that didn't need sunlight. Asphodel, poppies, pale narcissus. She planted and tended them herself. Sometimes she left a single flower for a wandering soul. No one knew exactly what it meant, but it meant something. The other gods left her alone. She rarely visited Olympus. She didn't need lightning chariots or war spears. Her power was quiet, lasting. Mortals prayed to her, not with shouts, but with whispers, asking for peace in death, dreams of loved ones, strength for the winter, the safe return of what they cherished. In the Eleusinian mysteries, she was honored alongside Demeter. Encheids walked in torchlit silence, reenacting her descent and return. They drank the sacred barley drink, waited for light to return, and left transformed. They no longer feared death. That was Persephone's gift. Her story had no grand ending, no tragic fall, only a quiet continuation. Artists painted her in twilight. Poets wrote her as neither victim nor conqueror, but as a queen of two worlds. Did she love Hades? Did she long for the surface? The myths don't say. Perhaps she grew fond of him. Perhaps she belonged only to herself. Night. But one truth is clear. She made the underworld bearable, not by softening it, but by honoring its truth. She kept its silence, its reflection, its dignity. She became the last face the dead saw, and the first name the living whispered when the cold came. Even now, some say she walks between worlds, a shadow in a garden, a flicker in a mirror, a presence in a dream. She belongs to both realms. In autumn, we remember her descent. In spring, her return. In between, we live keeping her rhythm. She teaches that walking between two worlds is not weakness, but wisdom. Okay? That change is not failure, but growth. Okay? That you can belong to darkness without losing your light. And that a crown doesn't have to shine, only has to last. So rest now. Let your thoughts wander past stone gates and pale flowers. Let Persephone guide you not to silence, but to stillness. Not to forgetting, but to remembrance. She is waiting not as a warning, but as a promise that nothing is final, that return is always possible, that one heart can hold both sunlight and shadow. You are walking beside her. She is not afraid. At the edge of Athens, where the city's dust gave way to the golden fields of Eleusis, there was a silence not of emptiness, but of reverence. Minos, this was the heart of the Eleusinian mysteries. For over 1,000 years, people came, not only the poor and devout, but emperors, philosophers, generals, and slaves. All walked the same dusty road from Athens to Eleusis under torchlight. All carried offerings. All entered in silence. Inside, everyone was equal. No one knew exactly what they would see. They only knew that they could never speak of it afterward. The mysteries were not mere performance. They were a transformational, living enactment of Demeter and Persephone's story of loss, descent, and return. For 9 days, the initiates fasted, bathed in the sea, purified themselves with smoke. They avoided certain food beans, perhaps fish. They wore simple linen robes and carried sacred objects in bundles they could not open. On the appointed day, they gathered in Athens, began the long walk to Eleusis. Picture this. You've died. The world above keeps spinning, but you're standing at the edge of a dark, silent river. There's a boat waiting, and an old man steering it. This is Coron, the ferryman. No hood, no cloak, no dramatic scythe like the Grim Reaper. Just a tired, slightly cranky old man who's been doing this job for centuries, like a government worker stuck in the same post forever. He rows a creaky boat across the river Styx, but only for those who have the right payment. In ancient Greece, that meant a coin, usually an obol, placed beneath your tongue when you were buried. Home, no trip, and if you didn't get a proper burial at all, well, you were stuck. Your ghost would drift along the riverbank, flickering in and out like a faulty candle, whispering to anyone who might listen. The Greeks feared this kind of death, not because of torture or monsters, but because it meant uncertainty, to be forgotten, unburied, unnamed. That was the real horror. Without a burial, you didn't even get into Hades. You'd just wander forever, always waiting, never arriving. For those who did pay their fare, the boat crossed into the land of the dead, but there was no immediate judgment, no heavenly choir or fiery pit. First, you stepped into a shadowy version of the world you'd left behind. No color, no sense of urgency, no day, no night, just a slow drift of ghosts murmuring about the lives they have remembered. Here, the fields of asphodel stretched out in endless gray, dotted with pale flowers that never died. Most souls ended up here. Farmers, sailors, potters, mothers, poets, all together, fading slowly into a kind of quiet acceptance. Nobody was punished. Nobody was especially rewarded. They simply were. Some ghosts could barely remember their own names. Others recalled bits and pieces, a laugh, a song, the feel of a summer breeze. And for the Greeks, that was fine. They didn't dream of heaven. They just wanted peace. But for a rare few, there was something better. The Elysian fields. Don't picture a golden palace or endless feasts. The Greek version of paradise was simpler. A warm meadow, an eternal gentle breeze, the sun never setting. Here lived heroes, the truly noble, or those chosen by the gods. Maybe Achilles, if he'd earned it after his temper. Poets imagined it, philosophers debated it. Most people didn't expect to get in. And then, deep beneath even Hades, there was Tartarus. Not exactly hell, but certainly a prison. This was where the really bad ended up. Not petty thieves or cheats, but cosmic traitors. Titans who defied Zeus. Sisyphus, doomed to roll his boulder forever. Tantalus, forever thirsty, with water always just out of reach. These were cautionary tales, not everyday fates. Interestingly, Greek judgment after death wasn't about tallying up sins like a scorecard. 3 judges, Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Aeacus, weighed your life more by balance than by a list of rules. Did you keep your oaths, respect the gods, live with fairness? And, maybe most importantly, did people remember you? Remembrance was everything. In Greece, the living honored the dead year after year, pouring honeyed wine, leaving olive oil, speaking the names aloud. Okay, as long as your name was remembered, you were still alive in a way. Without remembrance, you risked fading completely, not into torment, but into nothingness. There were rivers in the underworld, too. The river Lethe, the river of forgetting. Drink from it, and you'd let go of all the pain of your old life and yourself. Some believed this was necessary for rebirth, but others whispered of the river Nemaseni, the river of memory. If you drank from it instead, you could keep your identity, your truth, maybe even escape the cycle entirely. The Greeks didn't have one fixed idea of the afterlife. Over time, poets, philosophers, and oracles shaped it differently. Homer's Underworld was dark and hopeless. Plato's had a touch of optimism. Some believed the soul was immortal. Others thought it flickered out like a candle. But their rituals were always careful. The body was washed, anointed, wrapped, the eyes closed. The mouth prepared for the coin. Graves faced west, toward the fading sun. Names carved in stone. Offerings left again and again, not for closure, but to help the soul along. Laments at the graveside weren't just grief. They were maps for the dead, guiding them to where they belonged. Ghosts existed in these beliefs, not as horror movie monsters, but as reminders. They didn't come for revenge. They came because something was unfinished. A broken promise, a missing burial, a forgotten name. Even the gods crossed into the underworld. Hermes, with his winged sandals, guided souls. Orpheus descended with his lyre to sing for Eurydice. Heracles wrestled Cerberus. Persephone herself moved between the realms with the seasons, bringing life and death into rhythm. For the Greeks, death wasn't a wall, it was a curtain. Sometimes it lifted just enough for voices and memories to pass through. Myths didn't give instructions for what came after. They gave possibilities, easing the fear, making death less of a stranger and more of an old, inevitable acquaintance. And maybe, just maybe, even after the long gray rest, a soul could find its way back. Not guaranteed, not promised, just possible. It's like rain in a dry season. The Greeks didn't have a perfect word for reincarnation, but they hinted at it. It's that somewhere in the stillness, a door might open, and you could walk into life again. Pythagoras, yes, the man with the triangles, wasn't just interested in numbers. He claimed he could remember his past lives. One of them, he said, was as a warrior at Troy, a man named Euphorbus. He even claimed to have recognized his old shield hanging in a temple. You can believe him or not, but the image is charming, a soul meeting its own relic. Plato took such ideas seriously. In the Republic, after all the debate about justice and the soul, he added a strange ending. The myth of was a soldier who fell in battle and lay dead for 12 days, till he woke on his funeral pyre. He told of what he'd seen. Souls gathered in a meadow, some rising toward the heavens, some descending into the earth. He saw the spindle of necessity, a cosmic machine turning the stars like threads on a great loom. The souls were not judged exactly. Instead, they chose their next lives. Some picked kingship, some chose to be animals. A wise soul might choose a quiet, simple life. A foolish one might grab at power and later regret it. This wasn't reward or punishment, just consequence. Choice shaped by what you knew or didn't know. But not all returned. Some souls stayed in bliss forever. Others drank too deeply from the river Lethe, the water of forgetting, and dissolved entirely. Perhaps went to realms the Greeks had no words for. For those who believed, this explained certain mysteries. A child with uncanny wisdom, a musician who seemed to remember melodies they'd never learned, a fear with no clear cause, a dream that felt like memory, not proof, but hints, whispers that the soul had walked this world before. Some schools taught that the soul had to be purified to escape the cycle. The Eleusinian mysteries promised that, with the right preparation, the soul could rise to the Isles of the Blessed, never to be reborn. The followers of Orpheus, the poet who journeyed to the underworld, believed the soul was divine, but trapped in the body, like a spark in clay. Through ritual, music, and memory, that spark might be freed. Archaeologists have found thin gold tablets buried with the dead, inscribed with instructions for the soul. Walk this path, avoid the spring on the left, drink from the pool of memory. Say you are a child of earth in starry heaven. These weren't superstition, they were maps for the dead. Ordinary Greeks carried softer versions of these beliefs. They told of animals that seemed to understand too much, of dreams where ancestors gave warnings yet to come true, of children who knew things they couldn't have learned. If rebirth was real, how you lived mattered. A soul might have to try again and again until it learned its lesson. The question was whether you would remember anything next time. The waters of Lethe usually washed it all away, but not always. Sometimes a soul kept echoes, a place that felt familiar, a face that stirred emotion before it was known, a sudden fear of a road you'd never traveled. Even Aristotle, who doubted the whole thing, admitted there was something in the human spark that was hard to explain away. Artist kept the hope alive, painting Persephone's return each spring, not just for the crops, but to remind people that even the darkest journey might end in light. So they told stories: a man reborn as a swan, a woman as a tree, a hero sent back to finish his quest. These were not science, they were wonder. They kept the door of possibility open. And perhaps, if you have ever wept at the sight of a spring field, or loved a stranger instantly, or avoided a place for no reason you could name, perhaps some part of you remembers. The Greeks would say belief need not be proof, only a lamp to see by. Good morning, you're awake, not because you've rested enough, but because the stone floor you call a bed has stolen the last bit of heat from your bones. Also, the cook stepped on you twice. Welcome to life at the very bottom of a medieval castle as food chain. The scullery maid. Unpaid, unwashed, and mostly invisible unless someone needs a mess cleaned or someone to blame. You sleep beside the hearth, which is the warm spot in the kitchen. Warm here, meaning slightly less miserable than outside. Your bedding is a burlap sack of straw that smells like smoke, grease, and regret. You own one garment, a coarse wool shift, undyed, scratchy, and stiff from old grease stains. It serves as both pajamas and work uniform. Washing it is a theoretical concept that may have happened last year. You rise before the sun, before the roosters, possibly before God himself. Why? Because everything that must be ready before the nobles wake, fire, water, bread, clean utensils, is your problem. The hearth is dead. The embers have gone cold overnight. Spad. A scullery without a fire is like a knight without armor. Still there, but pathetic. You shuffle barefoot into the dark courtyard because your shoes fell apart months ago and were repurposed as door insulation. You gather damp sticks with hands too numb to feel splinters. Water. There is no plumbing. There is you. You haul wooden buckets from the well, gallons at a time, sloshing across a yoke on your aching shoulders. Trip after trip. Your arms burn, your back complains, your knees wobble. By the time the rest of the kitchen staff drifts in, yawning and scratching, you're on your fourth load. No one thanks you. No one even sees you. Your furniture with legs. Then the cook bursts in, loud, sweaty, and brandishing a wooden spoon like a weapon. She's already furious. She yells about yesterday's stew pot still being crusted over, needs scrubbing. Again, you scour pots until your knuckles crack and bleed. Soap, that's for nobles and sinners. You use ashes, sand, and lye. The lye burns your skin, the ash scrapes it raw, and you've developed something halfway between calluses and chemical burns. And this is only the morning. Life in the scullery. The scullery isn't really a kitchen. It's a punishment cell that just happens to involve pots and pans. There's no air moving, no breeze, no escape. The one window is stuffed with soot, so thick you could carve your name into it. Everything smells like overboiled meat, and something else you can't name, because naming it would make it real. Most of your day is spent hunched over greasy water, scraping fat off metal trenches and swatting rats away with a ladle. And the rats, they own this place. You're just renting misery from them. By mid-morning, your stomach is already shouting at you. It's a scrap of bread in your apron pocket, dry as chalk, but yours. You nibble it in secret behind the doorway, trying not to look suspicious. It doesn't work. A kitchen maid spots you, tattles, and suddenly you're on latrine pot duty for the week. Congratulations. Later, you earn a promotion to onion chopping professional, crying for 2 solid hours. The tears blur your vision, but nobody asks if you're okay. Everyone assumes you're just mourning your life choices. When the nobles finally take their first meal of the day, you shuffle in carrying dishes. You step exactly where you were told, eyes down, because nobles hate reminders that servants have faces or thoughts. You hold a jug of wine for an hour and never pour a drop. Your arms go numb. It's normal. After the meal, the cleanup starts again, scraping gravy out of the trenches, scooping up bones, hot-eaten pies, chewed grapes, and one unidentifiable object that may have once been a fish. You scrape everything into the slop bucket. Okay. You're not supposed to keep scraps, but maybe you sneak a crust, just a corner. It's just enough to keep standing. The afternoon blurs into evening, hauling water, peeling vegetables, mopping floors, sweeping halls. You get blamed for the dog vomiting in the solar, even though you've never been in the solar. Doesn't matter, you were apparently there in spirit. When dinner prep begins, the kitchen becomes a storm. The fire roars, smoke stings your eyes, pots clatter, the cook yells. Someone drops a pan, and a fire nearly starts. You beat it out with your apron and keep working. When you're finally allowed to eat, is from a shared bowl with 5 other girls. The stew is mostly cloudy water with the occasional floating root, a stray grain of barley, and one suspicious lump that might be squirreled. You eat it anyway, okay? At the noble's dinner, you stand nearby against silent background scenery and someone else's grand pageant. Your feet are soaked, your back feels like stone, and your words for the day are reduced to yes, cook, sorry, cook, and won't happen again, cook. When night falls, you scrub dishes until your hands shake not from cold, but from sheer exhaustion. You crawl to your sleeping spot near the dying hearth. Your tunic is damp, you smell of smoke and onions, and you press yourself against the warm stone. Someone beside you is already asleep. Someone else is quietly crying. You don't ask who. You think about your life. You didn't choose to be a scullery maid. No one does. Your mother worked in a dairy until her back gave out. Your aunt did laundry until she caught fever. Now it's your turn. This is the medieval inheritance misery, passed down like an old ladle. There's no moving up, no fairy tale promotion to cook, no marriage to the steward, no embroidery lessons by candlelight. It's fiction. In reality, you get slower with age, your hands ache, and one day they replace you with a younger pair of arms. So, you survive by knowing the unspoken rules. Never correct a cook. Share the driest bread with the girl who's hurt. Avoid the steward. Step aside when you hear noble footsteps, and you trade gossip like coins. The chamberlain might be in love with the lady-in-waiting, or the choir boy. The knight with the red beard allegedly ate 5 figs and threw up in his own helmet. That one's probably true. Feasts are chaos to pull the guests, 10 times the work, and 0 chance to breathe. You end the night, not tired, but hollow. Winter is worst. You work sick, in the same clothes, for weeks. Some days, the water in your bucket freezes before you get back to the kitchen. You keep going, because if you stop, someone else will take your place. And because you've been taught that suffering silently is a virtue, especially for girls like you. You used to have a name. Now, you're just girl, or you there. No one will write songs about you, but if you disappeared, the kitchen would collapse in a week. The spit boy. If you thought scullery life was bad, wait until you meet the spit boy, Lord Crumbs, as some call you, for reasons no one bothers to explain. You're somewhere between 8 and 12, small enough to crouch under the giant roasting hearth, old enough not to cry every time you burn yourself. You probably ended up here because you were orphaned, sold, or your parents convinced you this was a good opportunity. Your entire job is to sit beside the fire and turn the spits slowly, steadily, endlessly, clockwise, unless someone says otherwise. Sometimes they tell you you're turning too fast, sometimes too slow, sometimes without enough noble dignity. One time you got accused of cheekiness because you blinked too much. It's hot and naturally hot, like living inside bread while it bakes. Your cheeks are permanently flushed, your hair always damp, your tunic singed at the edges. You used to like the smell of roast duck. Now it gives you headaches, burns, constant. The kitchen doesn't care. If you blister, wrap it. If your eyebrows burn off, grow new ones. If you faint, try not to land where you'll spill anything. No breaks. The meat doesn't care that your arms ache, and the nobles expect their roast goose to spin perfectly, or someone's head, possibly yours, will metaphorically roll. On feast days, the spit is longer. Bigger birds, whole pigs, once even a deer. Took 2 boys to turn it. Your partner had a lazy eye and a cruel streak. Hey, he'd randomly let go, so you'd panic. He's gone. Now rumor says he was sent to the kennels. Okay? You hope the dogs are kinder than he was. Okay? You sit for hours in the same spot until your knees go numb and your back knots up. Okay? Once, your foot fell asleep so badly you thought you'd gone lame. The steward called you dramatic and threw a turnip at your head. Around you, the kitchen is chaos, shouting, clanging, steam, people dodging each other with trays of oysters and jugs of wine. You are the still point in the storm. No one notices you till the meat comes out wrong. Then they notice you very much. When it's finally declared done, you help take it off the spit hot fat, spitting everywhere. Flinch, and you're scolded. Hesitate, and you're slapped. Okay. Then it's on to the next roast. The stew, the pies, or the cauldron that smells like fermented onions and despair. You don't know what time it is, ever. Your whole life is measured in firelight and hunger. The life of a spit boy. The day starts before the sun even thinks about rising. You wake in the dark, your breath turning white in the cold air. The kitchen is quiet at first, but you know what's waiting: heat, smoke, and the endless turning of the spit. Your job is simple, they say. Just turn the meat over and over, hour after hour. It sounds easy until you try it. Okay. The iron rod is heavy, the meat even heavier. And by mid-morning, your shoulders burn like you've been lifting stones all night. One side of your face feels raw from the fire's heat, the other side icy from the winter wind sneaking through cracks in the walls. The smell of roasting fat fills the room, thick enough to taste. You breathe it in until it coats your throat. Sometimes, if you're lucky, the cook tosses you a bone with scraps still clinging to it. You crouch in a corner, hunched over it like a dog, before returning to your place at the spit. There's no conversation. It's the hiss of meat, the pop of fat in the flames, the occasional cough that rattles deep in your chest. The nobles upstairs are feasting, laughing, drinking from silver goblets. You've never even seen the great hall, but you know your work keeps their plates full. When the feast ends, your work doesn't. The spits must be cleaned, the floor scrubbed, the knives polished until you can see your face warped and tired in the steel. If there's grease left, the steward will notice, and the punishment is never pleasant. At night, you eat pottaged and grain and a few soft vegetables, more water than food. Then you sleep, knowing tomorrow will be exactly the same. There's no escape, no dream of rising above it. You are the spit boy, and you exist to keep the feast going for people who will never know your name. It's the work of a gong farmer. The spit was bad. The gong pit is worse. It's a job most people refuse to think about, but someone has to do it. That someone is you. You start at night, not because you like the dark, but because no one wants to see you doing this work. You pull on layers of old wool and stuffed moss between them, hoping it will block the smell. It never does. Deep waits for you deep, black, and breathing out a stench that makes your eyes water. You climb down with a shovel and a bucket. What? S. Down there, ISNT. Just wastes it, S. Everything people throw away. Rotten food, dead rats, broken pots, and sometimes things that used to be alive. You scoop it out, load it into your cart, and haul it through silent streets. The wheels leave dark tracks that won't wash away until the next rain. Outside the walls, you dump it in the fields. It's night soil. The nobles call it fertilizer for the crops that will one day be served at their tables. In summer, the heat makes the smell rise until it wraps around you like a wet blanket. Okay. In winter, the top freezes and you have to break through the ice, releasing a wave of steaming foulness from below. Flies in one season, frostbite in the other. There's no winning. Still, the work pays more than many jobs because nobody else will do it. You learn things: how to spot a weak ladder before it breaks, how to work fast without slipping, how to hold a torch without igniting the air itself. It's dangerous, unpleasant, and unspoken. When you finish, you wash your tools in water already filthy from 100 other cleanings. You wash yourself too, though the smell never truly leaves. You sleep with it in your hair, in your skin, in your bones. Tomorrow, you'll be back in the pit, because no matter how much the world hates the gong farmer, it needs one. The gong farmer. You lean your shovel against a wall and drop onto a log. Not because it's clean, nothing here is, but because it is the only thing that L holds you without collapsing. Some nights, you sleep outside just to escape the stench. Your wife, if you still have one, insists on it. Your children, if you still see them, say you smell like boiled cabbage and sin. They're not wrong. Even when you close your eyes, the smell stays. It's not just in the air anymore. It's in your skin, your hair, your bones. Your hands don't look like hands. The skin is cracked, the fingernails black, and no amount of scrubbing will change that. Soap costs more than your pride, so you stopped trying. You used to smell flowers, grass, a campfire on a cold night. Now your nose is broken, not by injury, but by the years of rot. Even a cart of fresh apples smells spoiled to you. You've been rewired to recognize only one perfume decay. The castle guards love their little jokes. Don't fall in, they shout, laughing like it's the first time anyone's said it. One even shoved you once, just for sport. You didn't smile that time. You sometimes dream of being something else, a baker, maybe a scribe, but dreams don't wash off the stink. So you wake, rinse your face, straighten your sackcloth tunic, and walk back to the pit. Because in dreams or in daylight, someone still has to carry the bucket. By dawn, your work is done. The nobles will wake soon, relieving themselves in gilded bowls, never wondering where it all goes. You'll disappear again into shadow, a ghost who haunts the castle's underbelly, forgotten by all, remembered only by the flies. The apprentice to the chamberlain. You wear shoes, real leather, curled at the toe. That alone makes you better dressed than 3/4 of the castle staff. Unfortunately, they squeak. It's not ideal for someone whose job requires moving quietly through the halls. You're the chamberlain's apprentice. That means you carry ledgers, memorize inventories, and pretend you know what protocol means. You're no noble, but you have access. If you walk through rooms, others only scrub, hear conversations peasants couldn't spell, and write down numbers while the countess complains her linens smell like goat. Your day starts before the lords. You wash your face, comb your hair with your fingers, and brush your tunic with your sleeve. Presentation matters. First task, candles. Cheap tallow tapers for everyone but the chapel and great hall, where the beeswax lives. As you walk, you take notes. Salt is low, wine is short, and someone's left a chamber pot unemptied. The chamberlain never sleeps. He smells faintly of ink and lavender, wears spotless robes, and talks in lists. Bolts of wool, barrels of oil, fizzing friars with impossible diets. You write everything down and pray you don't spill ink. Last time, you had to recopy a month's worth of ledgers while the steward chewed pickled herring into your ear. By mid-morning, you're trailing the chamberlain through halls as he taps walls, lifts bed covers, and tastes wine. You record everything, keeping your sighs to yourself. Lunch IS&T. A break. A seating chart puzzle designed to prevent pigeon pie-inspired blood feuds. Afterward, you read accounts aloud. Wax, fish, salt, barley again. Afternoons are for logistics and disasters. Missing velvet, drunken priests, kitchens out of vinegar. Sometimes you write love letters for a noblewoman who dictates from behind a curtain while feeding her dog strawberries and cream. You edit out the madness. Of course, evenings are candles again, then checking guest rooms to ensure no one has died, spilled wine, or eloped without notice at the time the chamberlain finally dismisses you. If he remembers, you're hungry, exhausted, and still holding the day's lists in your head. You sleep in a narrow bunk, sometimes without a blanket. You thought this job would give you secrets and insight into power. You got secrets, yes, mostly about hemorrhoids and stolen pastries. And power, it's just more rules, more blame, more ways to fail. Tomorrow, you'll wake before the sun, put on your squeaky shoes, and start counting candles again. You live between worlds, not noble enough for their trust, not common enough for the servants' camaraderie. But you keep showing up, 'cause the castle runs on invisible hands, and you are one of them. Stable boy. You're the stable boy. That means you shovel, you brush, you haul, you get kicked sometimes, and you spend most of your day apologizing to creatures that are far more graceful and better fed than you. You sleep in the loft above the main stable if you can call it sleeping. The boards under your bedding are thin, and the horses below never stop moving. You hear everything. A tail swish, a hoof stamp, the unmistakable sound of something large relieving itself far too close to where your head is resting. By the time the first hint of light creeps into the sky, your hands are already dry, cracked, and sore. You pull on the same stiff boots as yesterday, the same tunic that smells of sweat and a little bit of rot, and climb down the ladder into the cold. The air hits your face like a slap from God. The work starts with mucking out the stalls, one by one, in a slow rhythm. Shovel, pitch, shovel again. It's not glamorous. It's not even comfortable. But it must be done before the master of horse appears. If he arrives to a dirty stable, you'll get more than just a lecture. You work fast, but not too fast. Move too quickly, and the horses will startle land. Startled horses are worse than angry nobles. They bite, they rear, they crush bones. You know, you've broken 2 fingers that way, and once took a hoof to the ribs that left you coughing blood for a week. Still, you love them. The animals don't lie. They don't yell. They don't pretend to be better than you. Stables smell a mixture of hay, manure, sweat, and horses, somehow worse and better than anything inside the castle walls. You hardly notice it now. You can tell a healthy stallion's scent from one that's sick. You can hear a nervous horse by the way it breathes. These animals make more sense than people. Once the stalls are clean, you fetch feed. Sacks of oats, heavy enough to twist your back. Bales of hay stacked high in the loft. You lower them one by one, careful not to repeat last winter's injury, the one that nearly knocked you out cold, and earned you a thrown bridle from the master, along with the accusation he's faking it. Feeding is a delicate business. Some horses are greedy, some are shy, some will sink their teeth into your hand if you reach in at the wrong moment. Your scars tell the story. You stroke their necks, check their hooves, and mutter nonsense words to keep them calm. They know your voice. They trust you more than most nobles ever will. By mid-morning, it's time for grooming. Curry, clean hooves, untangle manes. You pluck burrs, wipe noses, and scoop yet more dung. The Lord plans to ride, and he often decides without warning. You polish the tack until it gleams. Not for his sake, he'll never notice, but because the master of horse will. Sometimes nobles bring their dogs into the stables. Hunting dogs, all nerves and noise, with more breeding than brains. You clean up after them, too. No one thanks you. When the Lord rides, the stable becomes a storm. You saddle his best gelding, the one that hates being touched. You check the straps 3 times. You wipe the bit. You set the stirrups exactly as he likes them, to short for comfort. But fashion beats function. Then you step back, quiet and invisible, as he mounts. If the horse fidgets, it's your fault. If he slips in the mud, it's your fault. If he so much as chips a nail, it's still your fault. While he's away, you haul water, sweep the yard, stack hay. The smell of leather and sweat clings to you like a second skin. Your shoulders burn, your arms ache, and you've pulled muscles you didn't know existed. A break comes now and then, but it's not restful. You sit on a stool, sip warm ale from a tin cup, and watch dust motes drift in the air like tired ghosts. You don't speak. Your jaw aches from clenching. But the horses still need tending. Winter is worst. Your fingers go numb, even inside gloves. The troughs freeze. The horse's breath steams in the air like dragon smoke. You smash ice with a hammer so they can drink. Sometimes you wonder if anyone inside the castle even knows the stable has no insulation. Summer isn't kinder. You sweat through your tunic, your shirt, your soul. Evening brings the flies, clouds of them, buzzing curses. One old mare soils her bedding 3 times in a day. She's nervous. You can feel the change in the air. A storm is coming. You sweep again. You rake again. You scrub the troughs with straw and an old brush that lost its bristles years ago. No one replaces it. No one notices but you. When the master of horse checks in at the end of the day, he grunts if he's pleased. He shouts if he's not. You've learned to measure your worth by the distance between his voice and your face. Before climbing to your loft, you sneak a carrot or 2 from the feed room. One for the gray mare who doesn't bite. One for the chestnut who only bites strangers. They nuzzle your palm with soft noses, the closest thing to affection you'll get today. Your bed is a pile of straw and rags. It smells of mildew and saddle oil. You sleep in your clothes. There's no point changing. You'll be back at it in 5 hours. So horses breathe below you, okay? The wind presses against the wooden slats. You count hoofbeats in your dreams. At court, no one knows your name. It's your boy, even though you're nearly 17 and your back cracks like a drawbridge. When you pass in the hall, nobles wrinkle their noses, not at your manners, but at the life you carry in your scent. Still, there are small kindnesses. The kitchen maid leaves you crusts. The blacksmith grunts a greeting. Once, a knight gave you a silver coin for calming his stallion before battle. You still have it. You'll never spend it. It proves you're not invisible. You're not foolish, you. No, you'll never rise high. There's no ladder from stable boy to steward. No horsebrush that turns into a sword. You won't be a knight, not even a squire. But you know animals. You know how to wrap a wound, soothe a frightened foal, and spot a limp before it turns to lameness. You matter in a quiet way, okay? And you've seen what happens to boys who can't take it. They leave, they break, or they simply vanish one night after a whipping. The stable boy. No one asks questions here. If you do your work, keep your head down, and the days pass. When the weather turns bad, the stable roof leaks. In summer, the hay goes sour and smells of rot. In winter, your breath turns white and clings to the rafters like frost. But the horses are always there, waiting, breathing, trusting. And most days, that is enough. At night, you lie back in the straw, listening to the quiet sounds that only a stable has. The soft thud of hooves shifting in bedding, the creak of old timbers, the slow, steady breath of animals that never judge you. Tomorrow will be the same as today. You are the stable boy. The horses will need you again. You do not stay for praise, there is none. You stay because the horses know your voice, because they turn their heads when they hear your boots on the floor. In a world of orders, punishments, and lies, this is the one place where you are trusted, not for who you are, but for how you move, how you speak, how you listen. The turn-spit dog keeper. You wake to find a paw resting in your mouth. It belongs to a turn-spit dog, short legs, long body, eyes like wet pebbles, and the tired look of a creature who has run far too many miles without leaving the room. He lies across your straw pallet, snoring, his fur sticky with kitchen grease and the smell of yesterday's roast. You do not mind. He is warm. And truth be told, he smells better than most of the people you work with. You are the turn-spit dog keeper, an invisible, underfed link between noble feasts and the small, weary animals that keep the meat turning over the fire. Before dawn, you are already on your feet. The air is cold. The floor is wet, hopefully with water, though you doubt it. The dogs know the day's work before it begins. You pull the first from his blanket, a stubborn brown mutt named Snipe. He gives your hand a warning nip. He has run 3 days in a row. You rub his ears, whisper an apology, and lead him into the heat of the kitchen. The fire roars, filling the air with smoke and the smell of singed fat. You open the wooden wheellet, looks like a giant's hamster cage. Snipe climbs in. You close the latch. He begins to walk, and the spit turns. Your job is to keep him moving, but not too fast, not too slow. The dog slows, the meat cooks unevenly, and the cook shouts. The dog stops, the meat slips, and you are told you have ruined a feast, even if it is only May. Our dogs work here, to run while to rest. Though rest is a lie, they lie awake, twitching, licking their paws, waiting for their turn. The kitchen is hot in winter, unbearable in summer. Your arms are covered in burns and your lungs full of ash. At night, you scrub the grease away with sand. It never fully comes off. No one thanks the dogs. No one thanks you. But you keep them fed, even if it means slipping them scraps from the Lord's table when no one is looking. You keep the wheel clean so it does not squeal and draw the cook's wrath. You tend their legs when they ache. And sometimes, in a quiet moment, one will curl beside you, not for food, not for command, but simply to rest. You listen to their breathing, and for a few minutes, the world feels still. Tomorrow, the wheel will turn again. The turn-spit dog keeper. The fire never sleeps. It burns day and night in the castle kitchen, heat pressed against your skin until your face feels baked. The wheel turns and turns, powered by short legs, padded paws, and the stubborn will of the dogs that run it. You keep them moving, not fast, just steady, always steady. In your pocket, you keep a strange treasure, a single dog's tooth. It came from Guts, a mean-tempered creature who bit more hands than he wagged at. One bad day, he lost it on the wheel, and you kept it like a relic. It's not much, but to you, it's proof. Even the fiercest creature can crack under pressure. Your days are filled with noise, the scrape of ladles and pots, the bark of orders from the cook, the constant click and thump of paws against wood. The air is thick with the smell of roasting meat, hot grease, and smoke that stings your eyes. Your bones ache from standing, your stomach never quite full, and your ears ring from the shouting. Still, there are moments. Every now and then, a dog, exhausted from the wheel, will press its head gently against your arm. No growl, no snap, just a warm side, a slow breath. In those rare seconds, you feel noticed. Not by the castle, not by the cook, but by something alive and present beside you. It's a kindness so small, most wouldn't notice it. You do. You fall asleep each night to the soft thud of paws on the wheel, and you wake to the same sound. It's as if the night itself is turning slowly, over and over, like the meat on the spit. The fire never goes out. The wheel never stops, and neither do you. The laundrywoman thurs. Before dawn, you wake too cold, so deep it aches in your bones. The castle walls keep out wind, but not chill, not for someone like you. The embers in the hearth have died hours ago, and your breath makes small clouds above the rough blanket. Every joint is stiff from yesterday's labor. Your hands already ached before you've touched water. But there's no time to linger. You dress in a damp wool shift that smells faintly of smoke and soap ash. Tie on an apron stiff with old salt stains. Wrap a scarf over your hair and step into cracked leather shoes. The castle halls are still dark. You pass through them quietly, a basket on your hip filled with the previous day's laundry. Sweat-yellowed shirts, fine linens spotted with wine, underthings damp from fear or illness. Each piece belongs to someone more important than you, and any mistake, a tear, a scorch, a stain, could mean punishment. At the well, the pump groans as you fill your buckets. The cold water splashes loud in the morning silence. Balanced on a wooden yoke, the buckets pull hard against your shoulders as you walk to the laundry yard. The great copper pot waits, blackened from countless fires. You coax the flames to life with flint and trembling fingers. Smoke sharpens the air. Your fingers are already red from the cold. You add lime, the harsh ash water you made last week, to the heating water. It clouds instantly. The burns on your arms remind you what happens if you stir carelessly. The coarse linens go in first. The finer ones, treated with slow care, will stay separate. You've seen a fine cloak ruin 2 doll size from one boil too many. You scrub on the stone slab until your knuckles turn white. The black tallow soap bites at your skin. Rinsing in the icy barrel makes your fingers go numb, but you keep going. Sometimes you think of the other servants and know they're cold too, though the thought is no comfort. When the worst dirt is gone, you haul sheets and tablecloths to the stream, beating them with a paddle in the shallows. Mud seeps into your knees, water slaps up your sleeves, and still you keep at it. Around you, the other washerwomen work in silence. The rhythm of wood and water needs no words. By midday, your arms and back are knots of pain, but when a stubborn stain finally lifts, a lady's veil coming clean at last, you hold it up to the gray sky and feel a flicker of quiet pride, brief but real. The rest of the day passes in the same rhythm. Soak, scrub, rinse, hang. By afternoon, you're folding dry shirts into neat stacks, layering cloth between noble garments like armor. You deliver them without a word, without eye contact. You are invisible. You must stay that way. Back in the yard, the sun dips behind the battlements. You catch a loose sheet before it touches the mud. Your hands are raw, your back a knot, but the day is done. In your apron pocket is a small scrap of linen from a ruined towel. You've been sewing it into a handkerchief in quiet moments. You won't have time tonight, but knowing it's there is enough. You eat in the servants' hall, pottage, bread, and warm ale, your fingers still stinging from the day's work. Tomorrow, you'll do it all again. The workers, no one notices. Morning begins before the sun, and before the castle stirs. The laundry yard is quiet, except for the drip of water from the night frost melting on the tubs. Your breath puffs white as you stir the fire beneath the great copper pot. Wood smoke curls into the air, mixing with the sharp scent of lye soap. The first shirts go in, the heavy wool soaking up water until your arms ache from lifting them. You scrub with a smooth stone, knuckles whitening under the lather. Steam rises, and the damp heat clings to your face. Somewhere above you, a bell rings faintly for someone else's breakfast. Yours will be whatever you've kept in your apron pocket. When the lines are full, white shapes flap in the wind like tired flags. You sit on an upturned bucket, just breathing, tearing a stale crust of bread in half. The bread is hard, but it's food, and food is fuel. You chew slowly and watch the linen sway before the wind. Then back to work. folding crisp shirts, checking for stains, layering fine garments with cloth between them. You deliver the noble's laundry by hand, avoiding eye contact. No one remembers you unless something is wrong. That's how it should be. At the kitchen door, the scullery maid smells of onions and fatigue. Inside, the cook shouts for rags. You hand them over, wordlessly. She grunts, and you leave before she can think to speak your name. Later, you find yourself in the stables. A mare has rolled too far, twisting her flank in the straw. You grab a halter and pull her up, walking her in circles until her eyes stop rolling white. The stable master arrives and takes over, muttering. You step back, covered in dust and spit, but the mare is safe. 2 guests arrive on restless horses. You calm them with soft words and steady hands, even when one nips at your sleeve. You mend a torn girth strap with twine. You sweep the aisle for the 3rd time. You rub noses, check hooves, and close the stable doors as the wind sharpens. By the time the sun slips behind the outer wall, you're in the loft, chewing cheese and hard onion bread. Below, the horses shift and settle. Outside, torchlight makes the castle walls glow. You hear faint music, a lute, maybe, but it belongs to someone else's night. Yours is straw, aching hands, and the steady sound of breathing animals. No songs will ever be written for the one who washes the shirt or the one who saddles the horse. That's fine. You work and you sleep, and that's enough. Narrative 2. The watch that no one sees. You wake with a start, spear still in your hand. The brazier beside you is down to faint orange coals, crackling in the dark. You rub your eyes and peer through the arrow slit. Still night, still fog, still your watch. You're not a knight or a soldier whose name gets sung. You're just the guard who stands, waits, freezes, and if trouble comes, you'll be the first to die. It's your 2nd night shift this week, and your knees already complain. The bruise from yesterday's drill still throbs along your ribs, where the sergeant taught you a lesson with a wooden blade. You pace the gatehouse, counting the same uneven stones you've counted 1,000 times. Out on the wall, the wind cuts harder. Courtyard below is mostly empty. A dog sniffing near the kitchen, a drunk stumbling out of the latrine. You check the portcullis hinges, still rusted, still yours to answer for if they fail. Back inside, you sit, resting your head against the cold wall. The helmet lies beside you, too heavy, 4 hours of nothing. You keep a hand on your spear, part weapon, part crutch. Okay. Sound outside. Not a voice, not quite a footstep. You stand too fast, heart thumping, breath held. You wait. The frost shifts on the gate, or maybe it's just a bird. False alarm. You sit again. You chew on a strip of dried meat, cold and tough. Once, a noble boy passed and sneered at your meal. You didn't answer. You didn't look up. The wind rattles the shutters. The torchlight flickers. Somewhere inside the castle, people laugh and drink. But up here, the night is yours. Silent, watchful, endless. And if nothing happens before dawn, that means it was a good night. The castle's silent hours. The boy had a pastry in one hand and a silk handkerchief in the other. He didn't look at you when he passed, and you didn't say a word, just kept chewing your bread, eyes forward, hand on your spear. That's what guards do, keep chewing, keep watching, keep standing until someone tells you otherwise. You remember your first winter on the wall. Toes numb for days, fingers turning purple, skin splitting from the cold. You learned the trick wool wrapped inside the boots, grease cloth under the gloves. It helped a little. The midnight bell tolls. Time to move. From the eastern tower to the west, past the armory, past the chapel. You pause at the chapel. Light flickers through the window. The priest again, murmuring to his God instead of sleeping. You climb to the warwalk. The woods are black and shifting in the mist. The moon lays a silver ribbon over the empty fields. You see nothing move. You see everything. You think of your mother's farm, how the grain swayed under autumn moons. You wonder if she's still there. You hope she is. By the time you return to your post, the brazier has died. You leave it that way. The cold keeps you awake better than the heat. Somewhere after the last bell, the captain arrives. His boots strike the stone like a drumbeat. He looks you over, checks the ledger, taps the pike rack with his halberd. Still breathing. Barely, you answer. He grunts and walks on. He never says good work. You're not here for that. You're here because someone must be. The fog lifts. A pale light swells in the east. Soon the bells will call for prayer. The day guards will arrive loud, rested, clean-shaven. You'll nod, hand over your spear, and slip back into silence. Your cot smells of mildew and smoke, but it's yours. You peel off your cloak, set your boots beside the bed, and sit a moment before lying down. Castle is waking, shouting in the yard, buckets clanking, the cook's voice barking orders. You've earned your sleep. You'll be back tonight. You remember the winter when the bandits came. 6, maybe 7 of them, drunk and desperate. They thought the watch slept. You didn't. You rang the bell, held the gate, stopped the tall one with an axe before he reached the portcullis. He died in the dirt at your feet. You didn't sleep for 3 nights after that, but no one thanked you. The steward sent an extra crust of bread. The sergeant said, "You did your job." That was all. When the bruises faded and the frostbite healed, they put you back on the gate. That was the reward trust, that you would stay awake. You've gotten used to ignoring hunger, cold, the sneers of passing nobles, the fact that you'd be first to die if trouble came. Still, there's a quiet pride. Not the kind sung about in the hall, but the kind that keeps your back straight when no one is watching. Your gear is worn, the leather jerkin cracked, the iron studs dulled, the dent in your helmet from some forgotten scuffle. You should replace it. You won't. It still works. The other guards sleep, breathing deep. You lie staring at the wall, tracing the mortar lines like roads on a map until your vision blurs. Somewhere above, nobles wake in feather beds. You sleep with a knife under your pillow. Something goes wrong in the night, they'll send you first. Ain't. That's what you're for. When you wake again, it's in silence. Not because anyone is sleeping nearby. They're all gone. The scullery maid curls by the hearth. The stable boy disappears into straw. The cook's snores rumble from the kitchen. Your work begins in the hollow hours no one else wants. You are the night watchwoman. You're not a guard, exactly, no armor, no sword. It's just a lantern in one hand, keys in the other. If something burns, if someone screams, if something moves that shouldn't, it's yours to deal with. You wear soft shoes patched with scraps of cloth. You move without echo. That's the rule. The wool dress is plain but thick, with layers beneath to keep the cold from biting through. The lantern's tallow candle flickers as you light it, shadows stretching across stone. Its first stop, the nursery. 2 noble children sleep fitfully under embroidered quilts. You don't know their names, but you know their fevers, their habits. You straighten the blanket and move on. The hall of tapestries comes next, frozen battles in colored thread. Something clacks behind you, but you don't turn. Not your job to be scared. The library door is locked. You check anyway. Last time it was left open. Rats chewed a manuscript. You don't want to hear the steward bark again. In the chapel, a votive candle burns low. You snuffed it last winter. A stray ember nearly caught the drapes. You check the iron candlestick. It's cold. You climb a narrow stair, lantern held high. Your legs aches. Your 3rd round tonight. You know every sound the castle makes. The creak of wood, the scuttle of mice, the slow drip from stone. In the east wing, you find a window open. That's wrong. It's latched before supper. You close it quietly. No report. The steward doesn't believe in ghosts. You do? The laundry room smells of cooled steam. Cloths hung earlier are stiff now. A noble's cloak hangs too close to a torch, the hem singed. You sigh. Take it under your arm. You'll mend it before dawn. before anyone knows. My earliest memory, a splinter, not a noble, scar-making wounds, just a sliver from falling on the threshing floor while chasing a chicken. I cried more from exhaustion than pain. My mother yanked it out with her teeth, handed me a crust of bread hard enough to chip a tooth, and sent me back outside. That was comfort in our house. Removal of wood, followed by carbohydrates. By the time I could speak in full sentences, I could carry a small bucket of water, sloshing it mostly down my legs. At 5, I fed chickens. At 6, I chased crows from the barley. At 7, I was sent with the older boys to learn the fine art of not standing where the oxen were about to walk. We didn't call it life skills, called it trying not to die. We didn't have toys unless you counted a good stick, which could be a sword, a horse, or a javelin depending on the day. Stones were for games, tools, or missiles. Play always came with one ear tuned for an adult shouting your name, especially your full name that meant you were in trouble. No one sent us to school. You were lucky. You learned from a priest between funerals or from the old woman who knew which mushrooms wouldn't kill you. The only letter I ever wrote was the first one of my name, scratched in the dirt with a twig. What I did learn, quickly and well, was how to survive, how to lift with my knees, how to spot a weasel in the chicken pen, how to keep quiet when Father Oswin talked about sin and hellfire, and how to look innocent when I stole the last apple from the cart. Religion found you early not as comfort, but as fear. You feared hell, you feared the devil, you feared Agnes, the woman 2 houses down, who looked at you funny and might have cursed your sister's goat. By 7, you were no longer a child, expected to pull your weight. Girls washed, spun, and cooked. Boys tended animals, carried wood, and worked the fields. I blistered my hands before my 8th birthday. By 10, I could drive a cart, gut a fish, and fix a broken fence. Sickness came often, rashes, fevers, coughs. You either recovered or you didn't. Simon, a boy my age, went from laughing over a beetle to buried behind the chapel in 3 days. No one explained why. They just said, God took him, and got on with work. Still, there was joy. We splashed in streams, pelted each other with snow, and raced barefoot until we stepped on thorns. We stole turnips and ran from the tanner, who claimed they were his. At night, we huddled around the fire, listening to old men's tales of saints, beasts, and wars we didn't understand. Feast days were the best. Once, I tasted a honeyed oat cake I still dream about. One year, they roasted a whole pig. For that night, the village felt like it belonged to us, the children. At morning always came, along with chores, cold pottage, and the sour smell of the sheep pen. By 12, no one called me boy anymore. I had blisters, a bent back, and a new list of jobs. Childhood didn't end with a ceremony, ended with the expectation you'd carry heavier loads. And if you made it that far without starving, freezing, or falling into the well, you counted yourself lucky. Into the smoke and the stench. When you're 12 and built like a bundle of sticks, there aren't many trades open to you. You take the work you're given. For me, that meant starting as a spit boy in the Lord's kitchen. Picture it, a massive hearth roaring from dawn till dusk, haunches of meat dripping fat into the fire, the air thick with smoke and sweat. My job was simple, turn the roasting spit so nothing burned. Simple, yes, easy, not in the least. Sit too close and your face blistered. Sit too far and the cook would cuff your ear for letting the meat blacken. Hours passed in a haze of heat, the smell of singeing hair, and the occasional burst of grease that spotted your tunic like a map of burns. You've learned to keep your head down. The kitchen was no place for a boy's pride. Scullions, washers, bakers, and butchers all jostled for space, each convinced their work was the most important. The cook ruled like a general. If he told you to fetch more wood, you ran. If he said to taste the gravy, you prayed it wasn't one of his experiments. After a year, My arms ached from constant turning, my hair smelled permanently of smoke, and my hands were tougher than boiled leather. It wasn't glamorous, but I ate better than most villagers. That alone was worth enduring the burns and the cook's temper. Then came the offer no one wanted, but couldn't refuse. Gong farmer. The Lord's reeve decided my wiry frame and nose for hard work made me perfect for clearing out cesspits. Gong farming wasn't about farming at all, it was about muck. Human muck. Ki climbed into the pits with a bucket, hauled the waste out, K, and carted it away to be spread on the fields. The smell clung to you like a curse. You could scrub with lye, stand in the river, even burn your clothes, and still people knew what you did. You didn't get invited to dances. Dogs avoided you. But the pay was better than most unskilled work, and it was year-round. In its way, gong farming taught me more than the kitchen ever had. You learned which pits were safe to stand in, how to breathe through your mouth without gagging, and how to work quickly before someone decided to dump more from above. The job was filthy, yes, but it kept me alive, fed, and, oddly enough, respected in a grim sort of way. After all, someone had to do it, and few could. By 16, I've gone from muddy barefoot boy to spit boy to gong farmer journey marked in blisters. Burns and smells I'll never forget. Life didn't get easier, but it got steadier. And, in medieval England, that was as close to success as most of us ever came, growing into the work. One day, you're helping in the fields for an hour or two. The next, you're there from sunrise to sunset, every day. Your stomach rumbles, your back bends, your eyes sting from the wind. The smoke from last night's fire still clings to your tunic. My voice had started to change, cracking like the rafters in our cottage after a heavy rain, and the older men noticed. They spoke to me less like a boy, and more like a disappointing coworker. You missed a row, Thomas. Psst, that plow line's crooked. Thomas, stop walking like your legs are made of porridge. Thomas, very encouraging. Still, there was pride in it. I had my own tool now, a scythe, duller than it should have been, but mine. I was trusted to feed the animals, turn the soil, fetch deliveries from the manor storehouse, as long as the steward was in tea in one of his moods. I earned my bread now, quite literally, and ate it with the quiet dignity of someone who had bled for it. Work came in seasons, like the weather, like fevers. Spring was plowing and sowing, boots heavy with wet earth, hands raw from gripping the handles. Summer meant long days under a wide, hot sky, your neck blistering, eyes squinting against the glare, swatting flies with every other breath. Harvest was its own madness. No sleep, no rest, just reaping until your arms no longer felt like your own. And winter. Winter was when you wondered if your toes still counted as part of you. Food didn't improve just because I was older. If anything, I noticed more often how little we had. Dinner might be barley stew, chewy with leftover bones. Supper, if there was one, was cold bread, hard as stone. I cracked a tooth, trying to bite through it. We laughed, then we cried a little, realizing it was the last loaf. Water, fetched by my younger brother, came from the stream or the communal well, whichever seemed less cursed that week. It always tasted faintly of moss and worry. We drank it anyway, unless there was beer. The older I grew, the more I noticed the quiet signals men used, how they'd frown at the sky, how they'd listen to the hens clucking as if it were a message. Sometimes it was a change in weather, a bad spirit nearby, or simply bad luck blowing in from the next village. Bad luck came often. Sometimes it was fever. Sometimes a cartwheel snapping at the worst moment. Once it was a roof collapsing in the night. 2 neighbors gone by morning. I helped pull their bodies from the rubble. They didn't look peaceful. They looked surprised, as if even in a world where death was common, they hadn't expected it right then. Around this time, I started noticing girls, noticed how they carried water with one hand and tucked their hair with the other. How they laughed even when their shoes were soaked, fingers chapped from scrubbing linens. How their eyes darted when the steward passed by. There was a girl named Ellsworth who lived near the mill. She smelled faintly of flour. She gave me an extra slice of apple when she thought I looked pale. I don't know if she fancied me or just pitied me. Either way, I remembered that apple for weeks. Courtship wasn't candlelight and poetry. It was shared glances while shoveling manure, maybe singing together during harvest. If you were lucky, you sat beside her at a feast. If things went well, you asked her father or the village reeve for permission to wed. Love was optional. Land was essential. I wasn't ready for marriage yet, didn't even own a second tunic. Still, I had to contribute to the manor. Every able-bodied peasant owed labor to the Lord, unpaid, unquestioned. That meant working his personal land for a few days each week. I remember one summer hauling stones for a new wall around the herb garden. My back ached for a week. I don't even like herbs. By then, I'd learned to keep quiet around authority. You didn't question the reeve. You didn't question the steward. And you certainly didn't question the Lord, even if his velvet hat made him look like a goose in disguise. Religion took a larger role. I was old enough to follow the sermons, or at least pretend to. We knelt during Mass, mumbled along with the Latin we didn't understand, crossed ourselves, and hoped it was enough. I confessed to sins I wasn't sure counted: coveting bread, speaking ill of the hayfork, kicking a chicken because it startled me. Father Oswin said I should pray harder. I tried, but sometimes I fell asleep mid-prayer, worn out from the cold, the work, and the low-burning knowledge that nothing was guaranteed. Not food, not health, not tomorrow. The manor court became familiar too. Every few weeks, villagers gathered while the Lord or his judge settled disputes, arguments over fences, over missing livestock, over stolen firewood. One man was whipped for hunting rabbits that technically belonged to the Lord. I watched. I learned. I kept my head down. It's times I dreamed of leaving, of going to town, finding work as a tanner, a miller, even a guard. But those were dreams you told yourself on sleepless, rainy nights, or when you were ankle-deep in manure, wondering if this was all life had to offer. Then I'd look around at my brothers, my mother by the hearth, my father snoring in the corner, the pig asleep in her usual spot, and I stayed, growing into a working man. I grew up thinking this was just the way life went. We didn't have riches, but we had music now and then, a fiddle scraping out a tune, a pipe's low whistle, or someone singing when the work ended early and the ale hadn't yet run dry. In the evenings, by candlelight, the old ones told stories they'd heard when they were children. The seasons kept time for us, the fresh green shoots of spring, the heavy gold of the harvest, the muffled quiet of winter snow. Over time, I stopped being the smallest boy in the fields. Others came after me, watching the way I tied rope or sharpened a blade, asking the same questions I once had. My shoulders filled out, my hands no longer bled from the scythe, and my back only ached when rain was coming. One morning, without a word, my father handed me a set of tools. Just nodded. How's all the ceremony I got? My silent promotion into the long line of peasants who had worked these fields for generations. And I took them, because that's what you did. You carried on. Marriage, loss, and carrying on. By the time I turned 15, I was tall enough to reach the thatch and thin enough to eat little. That, in our village, meant I was marriageable, not for romance, but for usefulness. My parents started talking about Ellen around the time I moved from sleeping in the main room to the loft. She was a year younger, strong from churning butter since she could walk, and better at spinning wool than anyone for miles. We'd barely spoken, but our families needed what the other had: hands, grain, and no trouble. The betrothal was a handshake between fathers. The wedding took place on St. Walpa's feast day, a quick ceremony in Latin we didn't understand, a kiss more like a bump of noses, and then barley bread, cheese, and thin stew at the feast. Not lavish, but nobody went home hungry or sober, which counted for a miracle. We claimed a corner of my family's cottage, our privacy marked off by a curtain from an old sack, a cot. The bed was straw and sackcloth over crooked planks, but it was ours. Marriage meant the same work, only with someone to share it. Kellen was sharp. She kept the stores, spotted cheats at the market, and knew exactly when to nod in church, even if she'd fallen asleep. I respected her long before I realized I liked her. Children were expected. Our first winter together was hard food, thin, water frozen in the bucket. Ellen fell ill that spring, but the next year she was with child. No doctors, only old Mab, the midwife, who had delivered half the village. The birth lasted through the night. Twins, Will and Alice. Will died after 6 days. We buried him by the boundary oak, Lowe's sitting on us like a stone. Alice lived, walked early, spoke late, laughed like clear water over rocks. Life went on because it had to. Dreams were for Lord's children. We had tasks, fields to tend, walls to mend, pigs to salt. Still, in quiet moments, I thought about building a second room, teaching Alice to read, maybe having a day without worry. Then the wind would howl through the thatch, and I'd remember who I was. Thomas, son of William, husband to Ellen, father to Alice, a man with cracked hands and a weak roof, but with a wife who warmed the stew without being asked. That was enough. Life in the village. Bread comes out of the communal oven in thick, warm loaves, the smell drifting through the air so everyone in the village knows it's ready. Ale is passed around, poured into rough wooden cups. Even the Lord at the manor smiles on these days, though that's likely because he's drinking wine far better than anything we ever taste. Children chase wooden hoops through the dirt lanes. Someone starts an old song, and before long, voices join in. Voices that know the tune by heart, handed down through generations. For just a moment, the space between us and the manor feels smaller. We laugh, we share. We remember we are a community. It never lasts, but we cling to it like gripping a warm mug on a winter morning, knowing the heat will fade, but refusing to let go too soon. Work, of course, never stops. Your back always aches. Barley never grows as thick as you'd hoped. But each morning, some stubborn thread of hope pulls you up. You pull on your boots, or whatever remains of them, and walk into the field again. This is your life, and in its own way, it's worth living, because it is yours. Children aren't something you plan for here. They simply arrive, as sudden as the first frost. Sometimes too soon, sometimes long after you've stopped expecting them, but always without warning. One day, it's just Ellen and me and our half of the cottage. The next, there's a squalling bundle wrapped in old linen, and suddenly the room feels smaller, louder, warmer, far more frightening. Ellen gives birth in the same straw-stuffed bed where we sleep, mend clothes, and sometimes argue over whether we have enough grain to last the week. There's no doctor, it's just the midwife, a woman so old she's delivered half the village, and 2 neighbor women boiling water, whispering prayers that don't sound entirely Christian. I wait outside, pretending to mend a broken latch, because that's all a man can do. We are only called, if we're needed, to dig a grave. Most births go well enough, but never without blood. Sometimes there's more than seems survivable. Babies arrive on their own terms, feet first, sideways, screaming or silent, and no one can say why. Ellen's first child was stillborn. We buried him under the hawthorn tree. No name, just a handful of dirt and a crooked wooden cross I carved myself. When one survives, it feels like a miracle. The priest baptizes the child within days, not just to save the soul, but because you can't afford to wait. 1 in 4 children will not see their first birthday. Fever takes them, choking, or sometimes they just stop breathing, and no one can say why. The priest calls it God's will. The midwife mutters about ill winds. Me, I just hold Ellen's hand tighter. When a child survives, life doesn't get easier. There are no nappies. Cloth is too precious. So we swaddle them tight in strips of linen and keep them near the hearth, where the fire's warmth is constant. Ellen nurses when she can, but she's always tired. When her milk runs dry, we thin pottage with ale and pray it's enough to keep the little one strong. There's no nursery. The baby sleeps in our bed between us, wrapped in a blanket that smells of soot and sheep. We once had a cradle, but 2 winters ago we burned it for firewood. I've carved another from pine, though it creaks like an old man's knees. Every time it rocks, I pray it doesn't give way under the weight of hope. Names are chosen quickly, short, common ones that can be shouted across a field. William, Alice, Hugh, Joan. Names easy to carve into a plank. Some parents wait weeks to see if the child will live. Others reuse names like old coats passed down between siblings. Childhood here is short. As soon as they can walk, they work, gathering, kindling, minding chickens, carrying messages. At 7, they're sent to weed gardens or guard geese. By 10, they can plow. Ellen teaches them to spin and sew. Sma showed them how to tie knots, sharpen blades, read the sky. We don't punish much, not out of kindness, but because life punishes for us. A winter without shoes teaches more than any switch. A spoiled meal means hunger. Tumble into the pond means fever and coughing. The world disciplines our children well enough. Our job is to keep them alive long enough to learn. We tell stories, not of knights and dragons, but of whispering woods, saints who walk in snow, and beasts that punish the greedy. These aren't to entertain. They're to warn, to teach fear where fear will keep you alive. Religion wraps around all of it. We teach the children to cross themselves, to fear sin, to kneel on raw knees, to fast on Fridays. Not because we understand the scriptures, but because the church watches. One wrong word in front of the priest can mean penance, or worse, gossip. And gossip spreads faster than a barn fire. When the baby coughs, we light a candle for St. Margaret. 4 headaches, dried herbs, rue to keep out evil. Chamomile for colic, though chamomile is for the rich, and we are not rich. Still, Ellen insists, and I do not argue. Sometimes faith is all we have. Raising children is the only legacy we can leave. We own no land, write no books. When we die, our children are the ones who will remember our names. So we teach them what matters: how to dig a furrow straight, soothe a burn, spot the safe mold on bread. Every cough in the night feels like a warning. Every fever is a test. If the child survives, we give thanks. If not, we dig another grave and try again. Privacy doesn't exist here. It's not in a one-room hut where everyone breathes the same smoke. When one wakes, coughing, all wake. When one cries with hunger, the sound lingers in your ears for hours. Ellen sings lullabies, old ones from her mother, about saints, spirits, and stolen bread. Rowan branches hang over the door to keep sickness away. I don't believe in such things, but I don't take them down. You don't gamble with luck when you've buried 2 sons. Feast days keep the children looking forward. The village roasts a pig. The priest tells miracles, a tea. The children run barefoot in frost, coming back red-faced and laughing. On St. Martin's Day, they get a bite of sweetened dough. They remember these moments long after. Even in the dead of winter, children play. Bones for dice, sticks for swords, dolls from straw. My eldest once marched through snow, wearing a broken pot as a helmet, commanding an army of chickens. There was no audience, no applause, just play. That's how they survive. Don't yet know how hard life is, and sometimes When they're older, they ask about the world beyond the woods and fields. Do kings eat bread like ours? Do priests sleep in beds? Are there places where snow never falls? Where soup doesn't taste of roots and regrets? I never lied to them. Damn. But I don't always tell the truth either. Winters, children, and survival. There are things a father says only to keep hope alive in a child's heart. Not because he fully believes them, but because he wants the little ones to believe life will get better. Winter tests that hope. It's cruelest to children. Their small fingers split and redden from the cold. At night, their lips turn blue, even with the fire blazing. We wrap them in every scrap of cloth we own. Sometimes we heat stones, wrap them in rags, and tuck them near their feet, praying it buys us a little more warmth and maybe a little more sleep without the sound of shivering. I've seen Ellen, my wife, scoop our youngest from the bed in the dark just to hold him close, afraid that if she let go for even a moment, he might slip away. The midwife says it's normal to lose a child. Hate that word. I nod when she says it because words won't change anything. Then the next morning, I pick up the axe and split more wood, 'cause you can mourn for long when you still have mouths to feed and a house to heat. One year, the river froze so thick that boys tied flattened bones to their feet with bits of string and skated on the ice. They fell, bruised themselves, and laughed until they couldn't breathe. For a moment, winter wasn't about survival. It was about joy. That's the memory I keep. Laughter on ice. But not every family is that lucky. Our neighbors once lost 3 children to fever in a single month. The father stopped speaking for a year. The mother never smiled again, just tended the goats and stared right through people. Grief is a quiet neighbor. It doesn't leave, doesn't shout, just lingers in the corner of the room. Still, there's pride in seeing your children grow strong. Our eldest, 11 now, can mend a fence, check the snares, count the chickens better than I can. I watch him sometimes from the doorway, his jaw set like mine, moving with purpose, and for a heartbeat, I let myself believe he might have a better life. But hope is fragile, like thin ice. Better to keep it close where the frost can't get at it. Illness, remedies, and the grind of work. It starts in the knees. Always the knees. You tell yourself it's just the damp. Then the shoulders ache, the back stiffens, the hands curl in like old tree roots. I'm not even 40, but my body thinks it's lived twice that. My name's Thomas. I've worked the fields since I could grip a rake. Now, every time I hold a tool, my knuckles crack like dry kindling. Illness isn't an event here. It's a tenant that never moves out. When Ellen coughed so hard one winter, I thought she'd bring the rafters down. We boiled onions in ale and spooned it into her. A neighbor swore by goose fat rubbed on the chest and garlic hanging from the beams. We tried it all. She lived. Maybe because it worked, or maybe because she refused to die before the stew was seasoned. We have no doctor, just old Wren. Some call her a healer, others a witch, depending on whether the fever broke. She knows herbs for everything. Feverfew for headaches, yarrow for bleeding, nettle for strength. Some of her remedies smell worse than the sickness itself. If those fail, there's bleeding, a shallow cut to let the sickness out. I think it just lets the strength out faster. Tana. The church offers holy water, relics, and prayers. When our boy had a rash, the priest called it punishment for my sins, gave me a candle to light each night. He got better in 3 days. The priest claimed a miracle. I think it was the willow bark Ellen forced down his throat. We rarely bathe. They say it opens the pores and invites disease. Instead, we sponge off and keep our distance. Lice and fleas are constant companions. Wounds fester easily. I once stepped on a nail and limped for months. Wren smeared honey on it, wrapped it in dock leaves, and told me honey draws out the bad humors. Maybe it does. I still have the foot, which is more than some can say. When real sickness comes, we panic. Doors locked, herbs burned in the hearth. Plague? Some say, rides on the breath of sinners. Others say it comes hidden in rats. We don't argue. We just try not to die. Children are the hardest to watch. Once, our youngest screamed for 2 days with a swelling we couldn't name. Wren gave us a charm of rowan wood and thread. Ellen tied it around his neck, sobbing. He lived. The charm still hangs in the house. The church frowns on some cures, calling them pagan. But when your child's lips turn blue, you don't stop to argue theology. You boil the roots. You whispered the words. Most of us will die from something small, a cut that rots, a fever that lingers, a toothache that poisons the blood. Yet life goes on. The sheep need herding. The grain needs grinding. Pain becomes background noise. In our village, you don't speak of it much. Complain too loudly, and they'll think you're cursed or lazy. So we grunt, groan, and keep working. Women suffer worst. Ellen once worked through a fever so fierce she imagined bees crawling under her skin. She only collapsed when the last chore was done. Wren called it hard winter sickness. I call it exhaustion wearing a mask. We hang charms over doorways, tie feathers with nettle stalks, carve bits of wood, and soak them in salt water. Foolish, maybe, but sometimes foolishness is all we've got. Life, faith, and the everyday dance with death. I've seen strange things in my time. I've seen a man waste away while the priest swore he'd recover. And I've seen others walk again after nothing more than a charm tied above their bed. So I couldn't tell you for certain where healing truly comes from. Prayer, luck, or stubbornness. Illness plays tricks on your mind. Hey, even your dreams change. Once I dreamed I was walking barefoot through a warm forest. No pain in my hips, no wheeze in my chest. Just walking. That was the whole dream. When I woke, I cried because it wasn't real. Ellen didn't ask why. She just took my hand and held it until I stopped. On feast days, we give thanks for what hasn't killed us yet. Sometimes we even laugh about it. Old Harold lost a finger to rot years ago, and now he makes rude gestures with his stump just to get a rise out of people. Young May swears by drinking warm vinegar for headaches. It doesn't help, but the face she makes is worth the trouble of watching. Death never comes with a trumpet. It's a cough that doesn't fade, a shadow in someone's eyes, a swelling in a finger that won't go down. You see the signs? You feel them before the knock at the door. And still, you hope you're wrong, 'cause no matter how hard life gets, no matter the pain or the hunger or the fear, no one wants to let go of it. Not really. When sickness comes to a house, it changes the rhythm. The fire is kept hotter. Meals come out half-cooked. Chores get past 2 children, too young to do them right. Once, Ellen ran the whole house for 3 weeks, while I lay in bed, fighting a lung infection that rattled like pebbles in a jar. When I could finally sit up, the house looked the same, but Ellen didn't. Her eyes seemed older. Her back was more bent. When death comes, it's quiet. No screams, no sudden crash. Just a stillness in the chest, a cooling of the hands. We washed the body, say the prayers, and buried them before the flies arrive. There's no embalming, no keeping them for days. Just a short walk to the edge of the woods, a shovel, and tears that soak the first handful of earth. Afterward, the priest visits with blessings. He says suffering is a test. I nod, but I'm never sure what we're meant to prove. Maybe the point is simply that we keep going, lighting the fire again the next morning, boiling the herbs, pretending the house isn't missing something it can never get back. Some mornings, before my back has straightened and my hands have remembered how to grip, I hear the church bell, low and heavy, rolling over the fields like a secret. It tells us when to rise, when to work, when to repent, canned went to bury another neighbor. My name is still Thomas. I've been a son, a brother, a husband, a father, and more times than I care to count, a mourner. I have built fences, tilled fields, raised children, and tried, above all else, to be good. Not clever, not important. Just good enough not to bring shame, sickness, or worse upon this little stretch of muddy ground I call home. In our village, religion isn't something you think about, something that thinks about you. The church is the largest building for miles, the only one made of enough stone to look like it will last. Everything else rots, leaks, or burns. But the church stands like God's own ledger, watching, waiting. Every Sunday, we file inside that stone echo chamber to hear Father Elrich speaks of sign like it's the air we breathe. In heaven, like a reward we might just earn if we endure the winters without complaining too loudly. Mass is not optional. The Lord demands it. The priest enforces it. And Agnes, who gossips with the fury of 10 monks, will see to it that word reaches the right ears if your seat is empty. I missed one Sunday during the fever and spent the next week repenting publicly and coughing into the communal chalice. The church calendar runs our lives. Holy days, saints' days, fasting days. Days when you're told to think about nothing except your sins. Even the feast days have strings attached. And if you're lucky enough to enjoy meat pie, you can be sure the church didn't pay for it. We tithe 1/10 of all we grow, raise, or earn: grain, eggs, wool, chickens. Even if it means we go hungry, it's called God's share. Funny how it always ends up in the priest's granary. Religion governs more than food and time. It decides how you marry, how you bathe, how you sleep, and how you die. Ellen and I were married there, blessed and warned in the same breath. Obey your husband, Father Elrich told her. She nodded, then squeezed my hand so hard my knuckles popped. Every child is baptized in their first days, even if they're barely breathing, especially if they're barely breathing. We lost 2 like that, wrapped in linen, buried behind the chapel wall. Father Elrich said they were safe now. I didn't ask him to prove it. Our children know their prayers before they know their numbers. Latin rolls off their tongues like nursery rhymes, though none of us really understand the words. But saying them matters. Repeating them is protection. Bow at the right time. Say the right words. And maybe, just maybe, the Lord will let the crops grow. Hell, they say, is always waiting. A place of fire, darkness, and eternal wailing. They speak of it with more detail than they do of heaven. Heaven is vague, gates, light, angels. Hell has levels, rules, and demons with names. There's a saint for every disaster. Saint Apollonia for toothaches, Saint Anthony for lost animals, Saint Scholastica for storms. We don't light candles for them. We bargain. Some wear tokens. Let's whisper into tree trunks or bury relics in gardens. The church says that's superstition, but we're peasants. We'll take protection wherever we can get it. A dream of falling means death is coming. A barn owl in the rafters means a curse. If the fire hisses when there's no wind, someone in the room is lying. Go. We hang horseshoes above the door, keep iron near the cradle, and never speak the name of the recently buried after dark. Old Wren keeps bones under her bed. Says they're from saints. Agnes says they're from rats. But when the crops failed last year, even Agnes went to Wren for a blessing. Sometimes, when the priest leaves, Wren tends the sick, burning herbs, and speaking in some language no one admits to knowing. Half the time, the patient recovers. The priest doesn't ask questions. Confession is its own ritual. Kneel on cold stone, list your sins. Envy, pride, swearing at a cow, okay? The priest decides how many prayers will earn you back God's favor. Small sign, 5 Hail Marys, Kai, Marys, maybe a scolding. Never confess anything that might require public penance. I've seen people flogged in the square. A boy for stealing bread, a woman for cursing during childbirth. The church calls it correction. The rest of us call it spectacle. We watch because not watching looks suspicious. Punishments are meant for fear, not fairness. Obedience, not understanding. We bow our heads and avoid questions that have no safe answers. Even the holidays are theirs. Christmas, Easter, Pentecost. Days for rest, but never for joy without a touch of guilt. I remember once we had venison. The priest said it was a gift. I saw the squire dragging the deer through the woods 2 days before. Maybe the saints delivered it. Later years. Maybe the folks in church were too busy looking somewhere else. Or maybe faith is just different for everyone. Still, there's a strange comfort in the rituals, even when you're not sure you believe every word. I've lit candles for lost children. I've knelt beside Ellen as she prayed for a better harvest. I've held a trembling hand in the confessional and whispered something I'd been carrying since the frost took our neighbor. I've started putting things in order, not because I can schedule death like a village meeting, but because I don't want to leave a mess. I've shown our elders where the tools are buried, which wall leaks when it rains, where the rosemary once hung to dry. The days feel slower now, dimmer, like dusk that never quite lifts, but I'm not afraid. Death isn't a stranger, it's more like a neighbor who knocks now and then just to see if you rehome. The priest has been by twice this week. He doesn't say it outright, but I've noticed his little book of rites tucked under his arm. Last time he asked if I had sins to confess. I told him the rooster incident was probably the worst. He didn't laugh. Ellen did. We peasants don't get grand funerals. No carved angels. Sometimes not even a coffin, just a woolen wrap, a prayer, and a shallow grave by the chapel wall. The blessing is what matters. Without it, well, you're gambling with purgatory. I remember old Gerard broke his leg in the snow, never stood again. We wrapped him in his patched cloak and laid him under the yew tree. His widow placed his walking stick beside him, said he might need it where he was going. Burials here are simple. The bell might toll once. Work carries on. The cows still need milking, but there's grace in that simplicity. No speeches, no marble stones. It's just familiar hands and a cross of 2 crooked branches. We keep the dead alive in stories. The way he laughed, the roof he fixed without being asked, the onion he ate on a dare. I've told Ellen I'd like her to sing when my time comes. Just a hymn, soft and warm, like a lullaby wrapped in wool. The children treat me differently now. My granddaughter Alice asked if I'd turn into a ghost. I told her only if she kept stealing turnips. She laughed, but I saw the worry in her eyes. There's a tradition here when death comes, you open the windows, even in winter, to let the soul out. I don't know if I believe it, but I've left instructions anyway. Legacy's a strange word for a man with no gold or land. But maybe it's the fence I mended, the prayer I whispered, the way my eldest son kneels before supper. That's enough. Ellen says she'll bury me near the elder tree if the ground isn't frozen. I like that spot. Quiet. In spring, the roots smell sweet. And if she leaves the carving I made with the little rooster, I'll go out smirking. When the end comes hand, I think it's Neri LL meted like every storm or famine I've faced, with quiet resignation, a muttered curse, and a little hope. Not for heaven, but for memory, 'cause that's what matters, that something of me stays behind in the soil, the wood, the air, the crooked fence post, the herbs growing where I dropped seeds long ago, the warmth Ellen feels when she lights the hearth, even if I'm gone. Maybe that's all any of us can ask to have mattered in small ways, to have been part of something that keeps breathing after we don't. So when I close my eyes, there's no speech, just the crackle of the fire, the smell of peat, and the quiet rhythm of life carrying on. And maybe, just maybe, someone will one day sit beneath the elder tree, feel a hint of warmth in the breeze, and know that someone once lived, loved, and passed here, remembered, not in stone, but in the marrow of the village itself. I wasn't always this bent and slow. There was a time when my legs could carry me across the fields before the sun was fully up, when my back could bend and straighten without complaint. I remember my first pair of work boots, too big for my feet, the leather stiff enough to rub blisters, but I wore them proudly. My father gave them to me with a nod, as if to say, "You're part of the work now." Work was the rhythm of life. You learned quickly that the seasons weren't just whether they were law. Spring meant mud and planting. Summer meant sweating under a sun that seemed determined to cook you. Autumn was harvest, and winter was endurance. That was life's first lesson. The world didn't wait for you to be ready. You had to meet it where it stood. As a boy, I thought the elders were slow because they wanted to be. I didn't understand the weight in their steps, the careful way they set down a bucket, as if it might slip from their fingers. I walked that same way, not out of choice, but because the years carved patience into you. There were moments of joy, of course. It's the fairs that came once a year, where you could taste honey cakes and hear the fiddlers play songs you'd hum for weeks. The way the first snow would make the whole village pause, just for a heartbeat, to take in the quiet. The evenings when we'd all sit around the fire, telling the same stories we'd told 100 times, but still laughing at the same parts. Time passes strangely in a place like this. One day, you're the youngest, sent to fetch water and hold the lantern while the men work. Then, almost without noticing, you're the one people look to for advice. They ask how deep to set the seed, when to trim the hedge, whether the clouds mean rain. You give answers not because you're certain, but because someone has to. When Ellen came into my life, it was like a door opening on a warm day. She wasn't loud or dramatic, just steady, the way a well-built roof is steady. Don't think about it much, okay? But it keeps you dry through every storm. We raised our children together, teaching them the same lessons we were taught, that work is never beneath you, that kindness costs nothing, that the land remembers what you give it. Years rolled on. I buried friends, welcomed grandchildren, fixed fences, and sharpened tools. I stopped counting winters after a while. You'd think you'll keep track, but after enough of them, they blend together, just another turn of the wheel. And now, here I am, in the slow season of my life, where each day is both long and short. I notice the small things more, the way the straw smells fresh in the morning, the way the light changes just before evening falls. I think more about the people I've wronged and the kindnesses I wish I had shown sooner. The truth is, when you've lived long enough, you stop expecting a grand ending. No music swells, no crowd gathers. Life just softens. You grow quieter, like a fire burning low, giving off less heat, but still holding its glow. When I'm gone, the world won't pause. Okay. The bread will still bake. The cows will still need milking. But maybe, if I'm lucky, a few people will remember the way I laughed, the way I fixed the church roof before anyone asked, or the way I grumbled at the rooster every morning. And if some child, years from now, sits beneath the elder tree and feels a strange warmth in the breeze, maybe they'll know without knowing that someone lived here once. Someone worked, loved, and endured, and that, I think, is enough. I remember the spring after my 12th winter as if it happened last week. The frost had only just left the ground, and the air still had a bite to it in the mornings. My father decided it was time I learned to drive the oxen. He handed me the rope like he was passing on a family secret, though truth be told, the ox didn't much care for my instructions. It went where it pleased, and I stumbled behind it, boots sliding in the damp soil, till my father stepped in and took control with 2 firm clicks of his tongue. I was sore for days after, my hands rubbed raw from the rough rope. but I didn't complain. Back then, aching muscles were proof that you'd done something worth doing, and the ache always faded, replaced by quiet pride that stayed a little longer each time. Not all lessons were so clean. I once spilled a bucket of milk, fresh from the cow. My mother didn't shout, but the disappointment in her face burned worse than any scolding could have. I learned then how precious even the smallest thing could be. That milk wasn't just foodie, was time, effort, and care, all wasted in an instant. The village had its share of characters too. Kay, old Wyman, who swore the moon spoke to him if he stayed up late enough. Marjorie, who baked the best oatcakes but guarded her recipe as if it were a king's ransom. The blacksmith, who could fix a plow, a hinge, or a broken heart, depending on who you asked. The seasons marked our years more than any calendar. Summer was bright and hard, the air thick with the smell of hay and sweat. Harvest was frantic joy work from dawn until the stars came out, hands stained with grain dust, but a table full of food at the end of it. Winter was survival. You learned to make do, to stretch what you had, and pray for a kind spring. We didn't speak much of dreams in those days. Dreams were luxuries, but I had them all the same. Sometimes I'd imagine walking beyond the fields and not stopping until the land changed beneath my feet, seeing mountains, cities, maybe even the sea. But there was always something to keep me home. A sick lamb, a fence that needed mending, a promise to help my father finish the planting. By the time I was 20, I'd settled into the rhythm of the village. I had my own scythe, my own spot in the fields, and a voice that was listened to if only sometimes. I could fix a wheel, mend a roof, and help bring a calf into the world. Those weren't grand skills, but they were the sort people remembered when trouble came. Trouble did come now and then. It's a bad harvest, a storm that tore through the cottages, a fever that swept through the young ones. We didn't fight such things the way you might fight a man. You endured them. You held on until the worst had passed, and then you began again. There was joy too. The birth of my first daughter, the way her tiny hand wrapped around my finger and wouldn't let go. The evenings when the whole village would gather for a feast, music spilling from the tavern until late into the night. The way the fields looked in early summer, gold just beginning to show, promising that the work would be worth it. I suppose that's the truth of it. Life here has never been about grand moments. It's about the small ones, strung together like beads on a cord. Lose one, and the rest still hold. It's lose enough, in the chord phrase. But when you have enough of them, well, you can carry that necklace all your days. By the time my 30th year came, I had enough lines in my face that even the younger children stopped calling me lad. My back no longer bent as easily to the plow, though I would never have admitted it aloud. The work didn't soften it, only learned new ways to wear you down. My hands, once only calloused, had grown knotty with old scars. A burn from the forge, a split from a broken cartwheel, the white line where a scythe blade bit me one bad harvest. By then, I had a small patch of land of my own, no more than a man could walk across in a minute, but it was mine. Potatoes grew there in neat rows, onions in the shade of a leaning fence, a stubborn apple tree at the far edge. I tended them with more care than I gave myself, because I knew their worth. They would see my family fed when the manor stores were lean, and their surplus might be traded for wool, salt, or a small wedge of cheese on a feast day. Life, at that stage, had fallen into a rhythm so familiar it was almost comforting. Dawn meant work, evening meant mending tools or spinning yarn by the fire. Between those, there were chores and obligations to the Lord's land, occasional disputes to be heard in the manor's courtyard, and the endless watch over the weather. I'd married by then. Not Ellsworth Sheed with the miller's son years earlier, but Margaret, a woman with quick hands and quicker wit. She could dress a wound, stretch a meal, and tell a story that made the children forget their hunger for a few minutes. We had 3 children before my 40th year, 2 boys and a girl each. one born in our cottage with the village midwife murmuring prayers under her breath. In those decades, trouble didn't come as often, but when it did, it bit deep, a summer drought that cracked the soil like old pottery. Winters so bitter, the river froze thick enough to walk on. And, once, a sickness that came with the warm rains and took half a dozen souls in as many weeks, including my younger brother. I learned to keep my grief quiet then. Not because I didn't feel it, but because there was work to do, mouths to feed, fences to repair. Grief was something you carried while your hands kept moving. By my 50th year, the younger men had begun to take over the heaviest work, though I still refused to sit idle. I found myself teaching more sewing a boy how to sharpen a blade, how to read the sky for rain, how to set a snare that wouldn't harm the wrong animal. There was a satisfaction in it, a sense that I was leaving something behind besides the lines on my face. The world outside our village still tempted me now and again. Traders came through with tales of towns where stone streets never turned to mud, of markets with food I couldn't even imagine the taste of ships that crossed the sea. But I had long since learned that a man could chase such things his whole life and still not find what he thought he wanted. My place was here, in the same fields where I had once run barefoot as a boy. Now, past my 60th year, my pace has slowed. The work has not. The fields still need tending, the wood still needs cutting, and the Lord's demands have not softened. But I take more time to watch the way the swallows dive above the barley, high, the way the moon lays a silver path across the pond, the way my grandchildren's laughter carries over the lowing of the cattle. I've lived through good years and bad, through feasts and famine, through joy that lit me up like a fire and grief that hollowed me like a frostbitten gourd. And I've learned, as all villagers do, that none of it is wasted. Every season, every hour, every back-breaking day has its place in the long pattern of a life. One day, the fields will go on without me. But for now, I rise when the rooster calls, shoulder my tools, and step out into the day. 'Cause this mud, sweat, cold wind, warm bread is the only world I've ever truly known. And it is enough. By the time my knees ached more than they bent, and the mornings took longer to shrug off, I found myself watching more than working. The fields I once plowed now belonged to younger Hans Thomas. The younger, my eldest son, who had my stubbornness but his mother's patience. His younger brother had taken to the woods as a forester, trading timber to the manor and bringing home more game than the reeve strictly approved of. My daughter, Mary, had married into the next village, and her visits were like festivals, loud, bright, and gone too soon. The seasons still ruled everything. Spring still brought the soft green haze to the hedgerows, the mud that clung to boots, the first calf bawling at its mother. Summer still painted the fields gold and baked the road dust into the cracks of our skin. Autumn was still a mad scramble of scythes and flails, of grain stacked high and barns packed full, if luck was with us. Winter was still the long, quiet, broken only by the wind's whistle through the thatch and the slow drip of melting ice. But the village itself was changing. We'd had grown from a cluster of cottages and one narrow track into something more like a small market stop. Once a month, traders from the south came with their wagons, bringing spices that made the air smell like foreign kitchens, cloth-dyed colors I'd never seen in my youth, and gossip that stretched far beyond our horizon. There were new faces, 2 families who lost their land in other villages, craftsmen who set up shop here because our Lord offered them shelter in return for their skill. It made the place livelier, but also hungrier. The fields could only feed so many, and not every harvest was generous. There were hard years, there always are. One spring flood swept away the footbridge and half the early planting with it. One summer fire gutted 2 cottages, the flames racing faster than the bucket line could keep up. We rebuilt, as always, timber from the woods, thatch from the meadow, hands working until the blisters broke and bled. When the church bell tolled now, It was as often for new life as for death, though I had buried more friends than I could count. Swen, the priest, had gone to his rest long ago, replaced by a younger man with smoother hands and a quicker tongue. The manor reeve I'd once feared now shuffled about on a cane, muttering about the days when men worked proper. As for me, I learned the art of sitting, not idleness. No villager could afford that, but the patience to watch the wheat sway in the wind. The swallows skim the pond, the shadows grow long across the lane. I sat by the hearth, telling my grandchildren about the winters when bread was so hard we had to soak it in beer, about the night a fox took our best hen and left nothing but feathers on the frost. They laughed at the wrong parts, but it didn't matter. I don't know how many more harvests I'll see. My hands are slower, my eyes dimmer, my world smaller. But I've lived a full circle, boy to man, man to husband, father, and now something like an elder. And when my time comes, I'll go knowing the soil I've turned, the bread I've earned, and the family I've raised will carry on without me. Because in the end, that's what a life here is. Seasons passing through you until you pass into them. I wasn't born here. Our first memories are of the road long, dusty miles, my mother's hand holding mine too tightly, my father's eyes scanning every hedgerow like he was waiting for something to jump out. We came to this village when I was small enough to fit inside a grain sack, or so my father liked to say. The Lord gave us a strip of land, so thin you could almost walk across it without getting your feet muddy. Our parents built a cottage from timber that creaked in the wind and smoked worse than a blacksmith S-forge when the fire got going. I grew up learning that in a small place, every sound means something. The rush of the mill wheel meant grain enough to grind. The creak of a gate after dark meant someone was coming home late, or not coming home at all. The slow beat of the church bell could mean a wedding, a birth, or a burial, and you didn't know which until you saw the crowd's faces. Girls here learned early. We learned how to knead dough until our arms shook, how to spin wool fine enough to please the reeve's wife, how to smile when the Lord Steward asked a question, even if the answer was none of his business. We learned to carry water without spilling, even when the frost bit at our fingers, and to keep our eyes lowered when men were arguing, because nothing good came of being noticed in those moments. The seasons shaped us as much as they shaped the men. Spring was mending patching clothes, repairing nets, cleaning every surface until the cottage smelled of rushes and soap. Summer was endless sweating in the dye pots, tending the kitchen garden, helping in the fields when the men needed extra hands. Autumn was a flurry of preserving salting meat, drying apples, brewing ale that might have to last until spring. Winter was the real test. Smoke clung to everything. The cold made your joints ache, and the days grew so short you could forget what sunlight looked like. I remember the first time I noticed Thomas, the older Thomas, not the boy. He was hauling a sack of grain bigger than his torso, jaw set like the sack had insulted him personally. I'd seen him before at the Lord's workdays, sweating alongside the other men. But that day I noticed the way he didn't complain, not even when the reeve barked at him for walking too slow. Our lives ran alongside each other like two ruts in the same road. Sometimes we spoke a greeting at the well, a quick word at market, but mostly we worked, and we watched, and we aged. Years passed. His hair silvered. My hands grew stiff from spinning and mending. Our children grew up in the same lanes, dodged the same carts, learned from the same priest. The village grew, too. More people meant more noise, more stories, more trouble. There were times when I thought of leaving, of following the traders south to a place where winters were short and the bread didn't taste like moss. But my roots were sunk too deep. My parents were buried here. My children were born here. Besides, I knew the ways of this place, the moods of the fields, the gossip that drifted from the mill, the signs of a storm before the clouds even formed. Now, I sit in the evening light, knitting by the door, and I see Thomas slower now, but still moving, still tending what's his. We don't speak much, but there's a quiet understanding between us. built over decades of shared seasons. Neither of us will leave this place. When we go, it will be into the same earth we've worked all our lives, and maybe that's enough. Thomas. One day, you're a boy, helping in the fields just enough to feel useful. The next, you're in the fields every day, from sunrise to sundown. Your stomach growls like a stray dog. Your back bends before it's time, and the smoke from last night's fire still clings to your tunic. My voice cracked like the rafters after a rainstorm. The older men began talking to me less like a child and more like a very disappointing colleague. You missed a row, Thomas. That plow line's crooked, Thomas. Stop walking like your legs are made of porridge, Thomas. Still, there was pride in it. I had my own scythe, dull as an old knife, but mine. I was trusted to feed the animals, turn the soil, fetch deliveries from the manor storehouse if the steward wasn't in one of his moods. I wasn't born here. My earliest memories are of the road-long stretches of dust, my mother's grip on my hand, my father's eyes scanning hedgerows for danger. We came to this village when I was small enough to fit inside a grain sack, or so my father claimed. The Lord gave us a strip of land, narrow enough to jump across. Karen's built a cottage from timber that side in the wind, and smoked like a forge when the fire got going. In a place this small, every sound meant something. The mill wheel turning meant grain to grind. A gate creaking after dark meant someone home late. And the slow toll of the church bell could mean a birth or a burial. Summer, learning to work. Thomas. Spring was plowing and sowing, your boots caked in wet earth, your hands raw from the handles. Summer meant long days under a wide, hot sky, your neck blistering, eyes squinting, flies landing faster than you could swat. I learned to notice things older men never said out loud. A certain wind meant bad luck. A restless hen meant weather change. In bad luck did come fever, a broken cartwheel, a roof collapsing in the night. Sometimes the dead looked peaceful. Sometimes they looked surprised. Girls here learned early. We knew how to knead dough until our arms trembled, how to spin wool fine enough for the reeve's wife. Smiled politely when the Lord S. Steward asked questions that weren't his to ask. Summer was the dye pots steaming, the kitchen garden sprouting, and when the men needed extra hands helping in the fields. We carried water without spilling a drop, even when the frost or the heat bit our fingers raw. Autumn first glances. Thomas. Round the time I started noticing girls, I noticed one in particular, Ellsworth, who lived near the mill. She smelled faintly of flour. She once gave me an extra slice of apple when I looked pale. Maybe she fancied me. Maybe she just pitied me. Either way, I remembered that apple for weeks. Courtship wasn't candlelight. It was passing glances over manure piles, or sitting next to someone at a feast if the seating gods were kind. The first time I noticed Thomas was when he was hauling a sack of grain bigger than his chest, jaw clenched like the sack had insulted him. I had seen him before sweating alongside the other men on the Lord's workdays, but that day I saw how he didn't complain, even when the reeve barked at him for walking too slow. I've buried friends with rosaries still clutched in their hands. I've seen men cry for mercy with their last breath. The priests tell us heaven waits for the faithful. But when the ground is hard and your stomach's empty, faith feels like tossing a coin into the dark. Maybe it lands somewhere good. Maybe it doesn't. Still, I pray every night for my children, for Ellen, for the animals, even for Agnes, just in case. And I try to be a good man, because when you have no title, no money, and no say in much of anything, your goodness is the only thing you get to choose. Sometimes that's enough. Sometimes it has to be. Every family has its miracle stories. My grandmother swore the Virgin Mary appeared in frost on the window one winter. My uncle claimed a saint spared his leg from gangrene after he dreamed of fire. Are they true? Who can say? But when snow is falling, the roof groans under its weight. and the fire burns low. You tell those stories again, not because they're certain, but because they're kind, okay? And kindness is rare in this world. So tomorrow, I'll rise with the bell, bow my head at Mass, and thank the saints I've made it this far. Not because life is easy, but because this is what we do. We endure, we believe, and we carry on. One prayer, one superstition, one cold morning at a time. It's a strange thing, feeling old in a body that's barely seen 40 winters, but that's the way of it. I'm 40, give or take. Nobody's really counting. My bones creak like the barn door in November. My name is still Thomas, and I've worked these fields since I could stand upright. I've got more scars than memories, and most mornings I feel like a tree struck by lightning, but still somehow upright. They call us old once our backs bend and our teeth start falling. Not because we've earned some great title or reward, but because living this long is rare. Most don't. Most are in the ground before they had time to complain about aching joints or how bread used to taste better. I'm still breathing, still moving, still one stubbed toe away from becoming a story the younger lads tell. My hands, once strong enough to lift wheat bundles and wrestle stubborn pigs, now tremble on the plow. My knees, worn out from years of kneeling in dirt, prayer, and grief, grumble with every bend. I walk with a stick now, not because I want to, but because without it, I'd be cruel to myself. You'd think I'd earned a rest, but there's still wood to split, grain to grind, and animals to feed. Ellen says I should take it easy, but the fire won't light itself, and no one else is patching the roof. So I move slower, ache louder, and pretend I'm still the man who could sprint across a village without pulling something. The years leave their marks. The sun carves lines into your face. The cold hollows out your bones. Hunger leaves a shadow on you, even when it's gone. And loss changes everything. I've buried more than I can name. My father when I was just a boy. My sister in the fever of '89. One of my sons when the chimney cracked and the smoke took him before we woke. We don't cry in the streets. That's not how we do it. We nod, we dig, we lower them into the earth, and then we go home and scrub the hearth like it'll bring them back. Some people turn bitter after enough of that. Some grow quiet. I've done both. Live long enough, and the village starts calling you the old one. Children ask for your advice, as if surviving makes you wise. They ask you to bless meals, to settle arguments, to explain why the moon looks strange. But I know the truth. Half of survival is luck. The other half is stubbornness. There's no such thing as retirement here. When you can't work the fields, you mend tools, scare crows, or feed chickens if your knees still allow it. Too frail for that. Then you tell stories and hope someone leaves bread by your door. You're lucky your children live close enough and care enough to see you through. Not, the winter decides your time. Meals shrink as you age. The young get the best cuts. They've got work to do. I make do with crusts, bone broth, and whatever's left in the back garden. Okay, my teeth are fewer now, so I chew slow, like each bite's a small negotiation. My hearing's not much better. Half the time, I miss the joke. The other half, I pretend to. There's peace in not hearing Agnes the first time. Sometimes I catch my reflection in the water trough. Sunken cheeks, graying beard, eyes that have seen too much and remember too little. Ellen still calls me handsome. I suspect she's lying, but I let her. The church says age brings wisdom. Maybe. Or maybe it just teaches you to complain more politely. Still, I notice more now. Not big things, but small ones. The frost at the window that looks like lace. The sound of Ellen's stitching. Evenings, I sit by the hearth carving bits of scrap wood, little animals, a cross, a bead for a rosary. Ellen says it keeps me quiet. I say it keeps me sane. Some days I walk to the edge of the village and just stand, looking at the trees I once climbed. Now I just watch the wind move through the branches and wonder which will fall first, me or the old oak by the stream. The lads think I've gone soft, but really, I've just run out of noise. I save my breath for small things, for the people who matter, and for tomorrow, because tomorrow, there's always work to do, the last seasons. Late at night, when the world outside is black and still, I can smell the fresh straw under me. It doesn't seem like much, but when your bones ache and the days blur into one another, small comforts like that keep you anchored. At my age, you think more about what you've done, okay, and what you've left undone. As a child, you scolded too harshly. The feast day you skipped because you were too tired to walk to church. The neighbor you never truly forgave. It's funny how the smallest things cling to you long after the big events fade away. The young lads in the village say I'm lucky to have lasted this long. They don't see the cost. Every cough feels like a warning. Every winter feels like it might be the last. Okay, they see me smiling and think I've made my peace. Truth is, most days I'm just tired. I still work in my own way. I sharpen tools. I show the young ones how not to slice their thumbs open with a sickle. And sometimes I sit with the dying when no one else can bear it. That last one, that's important. Being with someone as they slip away isn't loud or dramatic. It's quiet. Like a candle going out in an empty room. I pray more these days, not for myself, but for Ellen, for my children, for the strength to keep getting up each morning, even when I'd rather not. Faith changes as you get older. It's less about the promise of reward and more about keeping rhythm like breathing or the turning of the seasons. Still, I carry on, slowly, quietly, with a limp in my step and 1,000 memories in my bones. I don't know how much time is left, but I know how to spend it. I'll keep the fire burning. I'll teach the young, okay? I'll kiss Ellen's cheek while she's still beside me. When a peasant dies, the world keeps turning. Bread still bakes. Animals still need feeding. There's no parade, no carved stone, no name read from a scroll. But for a handful of people who knew your laugh, your limp, or the way you cursed at the rooster, it matters at least for a little while. Seeing how it goes. Slow. The fire inside, shrinking each winter until it finally goes out. There are no doctors here, no warm hospital beds, no last-minute miracles, just a straw mattress, a bucket nearby, and people doing their best not to look too worried, too relieved. The signs are here already. I wake later, eat less. My hands have lost their strength. Ellen watches me with that quiet attentiveness she's always had. She knows I'm slipping. So do I. I've been putting things in order, not because I think death can be scheduled, but because I don't want to leave a mess. I've shown our eldest where the tools are buried, told him which wall leaks when it rains, reminded him where Ellen once kept the dried rosemary for her soup. The days feel heavier now, the edges dimmer like dusk that never lifts, but I'm not afraid. I've lived through famine, frost, and funerals. Death isn't a stranger anymore. It's more like a neighbor who sometimes knocks just to see if you're home. The priest has been by twice this week. He carries his little book of rites under his arm now, as if keeping it ready. He asked if I had sins to confess. I told him I had a list, but the rooster incident was probably the worst. He didn't laugh. Ellen did. We peasants don't get grand funerals. If you're lucky, you get a wooden box. More often, it's a woolen wrap, a short prayer, and a shallow grave near the chapel wall. What matters is the blessing. Without it, well, you're risking purgatory, you're worse. I've seen too many buried without it, taken too quickly by fever or accident. I remember old Gerard, who slipped on the path, broke his leg, and never stood again. We've wrapped him in his patched cloak and laid him beneath the yew tree. His widow put his walking stick beside him, saying he might need it in the next world. Burials here are quiet. Bell might toll once. Neighbors come if they can, but work rarely stops. And yet, there's a kind of grace in it. No speeches, No fine marble, just familiar hands, familiar dirt, and a cross made from 2 crooked branches. We mark our dead in stories, not stone. The way he laughed, the way he fixed the church roof without being asked, the time he ate an entire onion on a dare. That's how people live on. I've asked Ellen to sing for me when the time comes, just to quiet him. Her voice is soft, like a lullaby wrapped in wool. I'd rather leave this world to that sound than the priests wheezing Latin. Even the children treat me differently now. My youngest granddaughter, Alice, asked if I'd turn into a ghost. I told her only if she kept stealing turnips from the cellar. She laughed, but her eyes were worried. There's a tradition here. When someone dies, you open the windows, even in winter. They say it lets the soul out so it can rise. I'm not sure I believe it, but I've told them to do it anyway. Legacy is a strange word for a man who owns nothing. No land, no title, no gold. But maybe it's not about that. Maybe it's the fence I helped mend. The prayer whispered beside a sick bed. The habit my eldest son has now of kneeling before supper. Ellen says she'll bury me near the elder tree if the ground isn't frozen. I like that spot. In spring, the roots smell sweet and woody. And if she puts that little carving I made, the one with the rooster, then maybe I'll go with a bit of a smirk. When the end comes, and I think it's close now, I'll meet it like every other storm or failed harvest, with quiet resignation, a muttered curse, and a bit of hope. Not for heaven, though. I wouldn't mind it, but for memory. It's not the fear of dying that troubles me most. It's the fear of being forgotten. But I take comfort in knowing my hands have shaped this place. The wood I cut, the furrows I plowed, they carry my mark. The village remembers in quiet ways, a saying repeated, a patch of herbs growing by the path, a crooked fence post left as it was, because that's how Thomas made it. And when Ellen lights the hearth after I'm gone, the warmth will reach the same corners. Maybe that's all any of us can hope for, it to matter in small ways, to be part of something that keeps breathing after we don't. So, when I go, I hope the fire's still crackling, the smell of peat in the air, and life carrying on outside the window. Maybe, one day, someone will sit by the elder tree and feel a little warmth in the breeze. Not enough to name, not enough to explain. Just enough to know someone lived here, loved here, and passed quietly remembered, not in marble, but in the marrow of the village itself. Life, faith, and the quiet exit. Late at night, the scent of fresh straw on the floor drifts up to me. Most wouldn't notice it, but when your bones ache and the days start to blur, small things like that keep you anchored. You start thinking about what you've done then, what you've left undone, the child you scolded too harshly, the feast day you skipped just to rest, the neighbor you never quite forgave. Odd how it's the little things that stick long after the bigger moments fade. The young lads in the village say I'm lucky to have made it this far, but they don't see the toll it takes. They don't feel how every cough feels like a warning, or how every winter might be the last. They see my smile and think I've made peace. Most days, truth be told, I'm just tired. Still, I work in my own way. Hired tools show the younger ones how not to cut their thumbs with a sickle. I sit with the dying when no one else can bear it. That last part matters most. Being with someone as they pass ice and tea loud or dramatic hit ass, like watching a candle go out when no one asks looking. I pray more these days. Not for myself, but for my children, for Ellen, for the strength to keep rising each morning, even when I'd rather not. Faith changes with age. It stops being about reward and becomes more about rhythm, like breath, or the turning of the seasons. So I carry on, slowly, quietly, limping, yes, but with 1,000 memories in my bones. I don't know how much time I have left, but I know how to use it. Feed the fire, teach the young, kiss Elon's cheek while she's still within reach. Even in a world that forgets men like me, I remember, and I endure. There will be no grand finale, no parade, no one reading my name from a scroll. When a peasant dies, the bread still bakes, the animals still need feeding. But for those few who knew you laugh, you limp, the way you cursed at the rooster matters, at least for a while. I've always known how it ends. Not dramatic, not clean, just slow. It's like a fire getting smaller each winter until one day it goes out for good. No doctors, no warm hospital, just a straw mattress, a bucket, and people trying not to look too worried or too relieved. It starts quietly. You wake later, eat less. The strength in your hands slips away like morning frost. Ellen watches me now, not with fear, but with the same steady attentiveness she's always had. She knows I'm slipping. So do I.